Chapter 1. This is an era of broken etiquette and bad music. I swear, for the rest of my life, I will give up my fief, I will not marry, I will not have children, I will only be loyal to my king, even if I grow old, become handicapped, or have a mental breakdown. My life will end, I will not change it until death. The knight knelt on one knee, a pure white cloak draped over his shoulders. The enameled white scale armor was intricate but simple, it was as pure as a white land covered in snow. Aegon the Conqueror placed black fire on the knight's shoulder, a satisfied and relaxed smile appeared on his face. I accept your oath, from this moment onwards, the 7 of you will be my lifelong companions. The king and the knight had fulfilled their oath. In the first generation of Kingsguard, 2 of them died in battle to protect the king, the rest served the king honorably until they died of old age. Time flew by, and close to 300 years had passed. Generations of Kingsguard donned the white robes that represented glory. Among them, there were legendary figures like Dragon Knight Ymont and Tall Duncan. There were also scum like Letcher Lookhammer who had many lovers and illegitimate children. There were even Kingsguard who cuckolded the king they swore loyalty to. Their deeds, no matter good or bad, were recorded in the Book of White Knights, White Codex. When the White Codex was flipped to the page of Jaime Lannister, the glory and humiliation of the White Knights in the past came to an abrupt end. The 16-year-old White Knight pursed his lips with an inexplicable smile. Ignoring the king's struggles and cries, he grabbed his head full of silver hair and used a golden greatsword to cut open his neck with bulging veins. The blazing blood of the true dragon flowed under the Iron Throne like a venomous snake. The history of the White Knights came to an end. They existed in name only. This time, the sacred oath was broken without any punishment. With this precedent, Pandora's box silently opened to the Westeros. Countless traditions that were regarded as absolute in the past seemed worthless in the crazy game of power. The loyalty of a vassal to his lord, the responsibility and obligation of a monarch to his subjects, the ancient rights of a guest, the sacred covenant. Luckily, in the Dothraki Sea, which was far away from the Sunset Continent, Westeros, the ancient rules were still worshipped as sacred. At least the widowed Khaleesi did not have to die. She could go to Horse King's city and be a shut-in. Oh my God, how did a virgin like me become a pregnant woman who is pregnant for 10 months? How did I become a pregnant mother? The 26-year-old graduate of the College of Surgeons woke up and transmigrated into a 14-year-old pregnant girl, Dany Liz Targaryen. No matter what his previous identity or name was, it didn't mean much at this moment. She became the Queen of the Undulls, the Loiner, and the First Folk, the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms, the Protector of the Realm, Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, the Breaker of Chains, the Queen of Meereen, the Princess of Dragonstone, the Immortal, the Mother of Dragons, Misha, the Silver-Haired Queen. Alright, now she only had 2 titles, Born of the Storm and Khaleesi of Horse King Drogo. It was still too early for her to be called Dragon Mother. The most important thing was, how was she going to survive after Khal Drogo died? Drogo's illness had already seeped into his bones, and he was even under the influence of dark witchcraft. Even BNK would not be able to save him, much less a rookie surgeon. Dany Liz, who had a new core, rubbed her big belly. She cast aside all distracting thoughts and started to pay attention to the environment of the new world. The golden sun was scorching the earth like a furnace. In front of him was an uneven and poorly planned field. There were stalks that were half green and half yellow, thick and long ears of rye that were beginning to fill with milk, and low-lying soybeans. Here and there were vegetable fields planted with fruits and vegetables. The silver-maned mare walked past, and from time to time, she could hear the popping sounds of bean pods being stepped on. Dany tilted her head to avoid the glaring sun and muttered softly, "What a sin. It's already time for harvest, but we just had to meet this group of Dothraki." Khal Drogo's Khalasar had close to 50,000 roaring warriors, and the entire army added up to more than 100,000 people. The Dothraki were a standard horse-riding people. Every tribesman had at least one fine horse, and the 100,000 tribesmen meant that more than 100,000 horses trampled across this land. The low rumbling of hooves seemed to be announcing loudly that this year, the Laza's land would be completely barren. In fact, the Laza, who were scornfully called sheep people, did not even consider the problem of their own harvest. In front of the Khalasar, the strongest horse king on the grasslands, their minds were already firmly gripped by the fear of death. Turning her head to the side, Dany saw a dilapidated farmyard for the umpteenth time. The residents looked at them uneasily from the walls made of plaster. Their almond-shaped eyes, similar to those of the Dothraki, flashed with great fear and hidden deep hatred. Located in the south of the Sea of the Dothraki grasslands, on the south bank of the Leza River, there lived a small and weak tribe. They were somewhat similar to Dany's tribesmen, with bronze skin and almond-shaped eyes, but in comparison to the tall and barbaric Dothraki, the Leza, who were mainly farmers, were short in stature, had flat faces, and had a gentler, and more cowardly temperament. Clatter clatter clatter, the sound of hooves came from behind, and Dany tucked her long silver hair behind her ear. 7 or 8 riders came out from the back of the group. The centaur riders looked like Hwasha Nuzan warriors, with thick and dark braids. However, the Dothraki did not have a moon gate on their foreheads, and there was a string of bells in their braids that represented victory, jingling as the horses galloped. Quickly flipping through her memories, Dany recognized them: Khal Drogo's blood guards, Kaholo, Hag and Kiso. The rest should be Khal, Jacko, Pinocchio, and Khal under Drogo's command, blood guards, Khal's personal guards, as well as his companions and brothers, the blood of my blood. Other than the Khal's horse, they can share everything, including his wife. In Dothraki, a wife is not even comparable to a horse. Fortunately, Drogo did not want to share his wife, so Dany and Rhys escaped. Khal, leader of the Kars. A large nomadic tribe is called the Khalasar, and a Khalasar is usually made up of many smaller tribes. The smaller tribes are called Khal, and the leader of the Khal is called Khal's deputy, so he is called Khal. They ignored Dany and walked past her to Drogo's side. Jacko pointed at a stone manor and asked, "Khal, there is a tribe of shepherds around here. Should we go and take them down?" They were here for Drogo to join the hunt. The Dothraki were a nomadic tribe. They had no industry, handicrafts, or manufacturing. Everything they needed was stolen. After countless generations of evolution, the most barbaric and tyrannical robbing genes were born. Drogo's head was dizzy, and his consciousness was almost in chaos. He looked up and recognized the people in front of him with difficulty. His cracked mouth opened and closed, and his voice was almost inaudible. Yes, Dany felt bitter. According to the plot, this cheap husband was about to die, and she was going to be a widow right after she transmigrated. It was not that she missed this cheap husband that she had just met, but the problem was that the centaur system was too fucked up. Fat Martin had studied the nomadic tribes of the Celestial Dynasty, and the Dothraki he wrote were almost a combination of the Qing Dynasty and the Mongols. But Dany would rather transmigrate to the Qing Dynasty. In the Qing Dynasty, if the emperor was on the brink of death like Drogo, she would be overjoyed. Her next step would be to become Xiao Zhuang or Cixi, depending on her wishes and methods. Unfortunately, the Dothraki did not like this. In this tribe, there was no concept of a queen or empress, and it was even more impossible to rule from behind a curtain. Khal is sick. Can't you see? Dany patted the horse's belly and walked a few steps forward, ignoring the Blood Brotherhood and Casco's cold eyes. She shouted, "The surrounding villages are all small, and there is no value in attacking them. At least, Khal doesn't have to do it himself." The tall Hago looked at Dany cruelly. "Khaleesi, you have no right to speak here." Smack. Dany raised her hand and lashed out with her whip. The tip of the whip sliced through the air with a crisp and clear sound. However, her body was bloated and her movements were too slow. Hag leaned back on the horse and easily dodged the whip. "You dare hit me?" With a whoosh, Hago unsheathed the Arak scimitar at his waist and stared at Dany with bloodshot eyes. Dany only sneered and looked back at him without a trace of fear. She said in the Dothraki language she had inherited from her predecessor, "I am Khal Drogo's Khaleesi, from the noble royal Targaryen. You dare to draw your sword on me?" She was not stupid and bold. After briefly reading the memories of her predecessor, Dany realized that the Dothraki were not cowed by soft tactics. The harder and more ruthless you were, the more the other party would treat you as a human. Yes, cowardly people and weak tribes were not considered human in the eyes of the centaurs. For example, Dany, Rhys's brother, Viserys. For example, the Leza people who were wantonly plundered were called sheep people. Of course, being tough did not mean being reckless. As Drogo's blood brotherhood, Hago would never harm Khaleesi, who was pregnant with Drogo's child, in front of Drogo. Moreover, Dany was not alone. In just a few words, her bodyguard rushed over on horseback. Big Bear Jorah Mormont agilely rode his horse and came before Dany in a few steps. He drew his sword and looked at Hago and the rest sternly. Behind Dany, her Karths also drew their bows and pointed at Hago expressionlessly. Drogo had the entire Khalasa, which was made up of many Karths. Luckily, Khaleesi also had her own Karths. Dany was both Khaleesi and a pirate. Alright, her Karths were too small, with only 100 or 200 people. They were mainly there to protect her and take care of her daily life. Kahalo, who had grizzled hair and a face full of hideous scars, glanced coldly at Dany and Rhys and said, "Put away your weapons. Hago, you will represent the blood of my blood in battle. Remember, you must harvest as many heads as possible." Drogo was 30 years old this year, and Hago and Kiso were about the same age. Only Kahalo was the oldest. Even though he looked like a young man, he was actually more than 50 years old. When Drogo was young, Drogo's father's enemy had stolen little Drogo, and Kahalo had risked his life to save the little horse king. It could be said that Kahalo was almost half a father to Drogo. Drogo's Karths were managed by Kahalo. In other words, Kahalo was still a pirate. Therefore, he had the highest status and prestige among the Blood Alliance guards. Hearing Kahalo's words, Hago's face turned red. He spat on the ground angrily, turned his horse around, and trotted away. Kiso and the rest of the pirates glanced at Dany and Rhys with wolf-like eyes before following their horses. As the neighing of the warhorses faded into the distance, Kahalo calmly said, "As the leader of Khalasa, Khal must lead the charge against the enemy. He should also be the first to scale the walls of the goat people. This is his responsibility and also his honor." Dany was grateful. She knew that old Kahalo was explaining things to her. Of Drogo's 3 Blood Alliance guards, he was the only one who was the kindest to Dany. Or rather, he was the only one who treated Dany as Drogo's wife. The other Dothraki only saw her as a noble breeding tool that Drogo had bought from Illyrio. The Princess of Dragonstone, the Targaryen born of the storm, meant nothing to the centaurs. Dany Rhys forced a smile and said, "With Khal like this, I'm worried." Kahalo raised a hand to interrupt her. "You should be worried that the pirates will start raiding without Khal's permission. Although your worries are useless." Dany watched bitterly as he rode away. Soon, the screams of the warriors and the cries of the goat people, mixed with the stench of blood and fire, reached Dany's ears. Standing on the hill, the lush grass crossed the bridle around her calves, tickling her soft skin like a baby's lick. Looking around, she could see pillars of smoke rising from the flames of war, like fingers reaching into the sky from the nearby Raza Manor. Dany Rhys held her big belly and closed her eyes sadly, trying not to think about how many pregnant women like her would be slaughtered today, and how many children and women would be taken as slaves by Drogo's Khalasar. This is a cruel world. Dany Rhys's little Karths was busy. Some were leveling the soil on the hill to make it easier to set up stakes and set up tents. Others were standing on carriages, carrying down large chests that contained Drogo and Dany's blankets and belongings. The Khal's camp was located in the center of the Khalasar, with the hill Dany had chosen as the center. Yurts were like mushrooms after the rain, suddenly filling up the fields in sight. The centaurs were unwilling to live in houses made of mud and stone. They were used to living in tents. The scene of more than 100,000 people working together seemed to be full of vitality. It made Dany, who had been depressed since she first came to this world, a little interested. "Sir Jorah, accompany me for a walk." Jorah Mormont, nicknamed Big Bear, was from the northern Westeros. He was the son of Old Bear, the commander-in-chief of the Night Watch at the Great Wall, and the uncle of Bear Island Lolita in Game of Thrones. Because he sold slaves, he was about to be beheaded by the Guardian of the North, Eid Stark, and fled to the mainland of Ursos on the other side of the strait. When Dany Rhys married Drogo, he had sworn allegiance to Viserys. After Drogo put the gold crown on Viserys' head, with melted gold, Big Bear became Dany Rhys' sworn knight. When he first joined Drogo's team, Big Bear was dressed in the standard Westeros knight attire: sweater, wool trousers, inner shirt, leather armor, and plate armor. After living on the plains for nearly a year, he began to get used to the centaur's attire: leather sandals, main leggings, a Dothraki sleeveless leather vest, and a bronze medallion belt. "Khaleesi, aren't you going to check on Drogo's injuries?" Yora walked side by side with Dany Rhys' little mare, followed by 4 young Dothraki knights. "There are more than a dozen hairless people around him. It's too crowded. After they leave, you and I will go check on him again." There were 2 kinds of people in the Khalasar who specialized in medicine: the infertile women and the slave eunuchs. The herbalist women healed with potions and charms, while the eunuchs used knives, needles, and fire. They were collectively known as the hairless people among the centaurs. Among the tents that almost covered the land, there were slaves and women hugging firewood. There were also the cries of livestock being slaughtered. There were people carrying wooden buckets to fetch water from wells and rivers. There were also people taking out grindstones and carefully sharpening scimitars for warriors who had just finished a battle. There were also long-haired Dothraki warriors giving orders. Barefooted children ran and played in the crowd. The stench of sweat, horse dung, blood, and the aroma of roasted meat tortured Dany's nose. After turning around a yurt, they saw a large group of knights laughing and messing around with a dozen naked women in an open space where firewood was being piled up. Even when they saw Daenerys on the silver horse, they had no intention of covering up their actions. Drogo's Khalasar had more than bronze-skinned Dothraki. Aside from the warriors, there were more to serve their slaves. White people like Dany, fairer milk people, red-skinned eunuchs, black people from the Summer Isles, and the Ashishan of the Shadowlands were also dark-skinned. It was difficult for Dany to distinguish their race from the little memory in her mind. Even the Dothraki were not all the same. The centaurs ran amok on the continent of Ursos, taking slaves from many races. They did not have a concept of marriage, and liked to fool around based on their desires. Their racial lineage was already a mess. The only thing was that all Dothraki had almond-shaped eyes. "Khaleesi, you seem to have changed a little. Did something happen?" Cora had felt that something was wrong with Dany since the afternoon. Seeing that she did not stop the centaurs from pulling the women as she usually did, he felt even more strange. Well, Dany Rhys was originally a kind little girl. The first time she saw the women being held captive by the Dothraki warriors, she went over to stop them, full of pity, and even suggested that the Dothraki warriors take them as their wives. This went against the traditions of the Dothraki. The Dothraki warriors had the right to deal with the slaves they had captured. It was their right to make them strong, kill them, and sell them. Even the Khal could not interfere. Besides, the normal Dothraki did not have a husband and wife system. The Horse King's wife was an exception. "I understand what you mean, but even if I stop them, without Drogo's support, who will listen to me?" Dany Rhys looked down. This Cora was indeed the #1 bootlicker under the Dragon Mother's skirt. Such sharp senses. After all, since she transmigrated in the afternoon, she had been watching more and talking less, trying to imitate the behavior of the original owner. "Khaleesi, as long as you give the order, I will kill them." The centaur youth Aggo raised his longbow and shouted. Drogo still doted on his wife. While the cars he gave Daenerys were small, there was a group of outstanding young warriors within. Aggo, Quero, Jogo, and Ricarlo even had the potential to become Blood Ridge Guards. Blood Guards were warriors that were 1 in 10,000, almost equivalent to the captains in Genghis Khan's army. Sir Cora's pupils contracted as he warned, "This is someone else's cars. If you dare to attack, you will die." He knew the temperament of the Dothraki. They would do what they said without hesitation. "I am not afraid of death." Aggo's black almond-shaped eyes widened, his aura undiminished. We are not afraid of death, the remaining warriors roared. If you cause chaos, you might hurt Khaleesi, Cora said, pointing at Dany's big belly. This topic was a little awkward. Dany looked around and suddenly raised her whip, pointing at a fat black man. You, stop. The black man was about 40 years old, with a round bald head covered in sweat. He showed a humble smile and asked, Khaleesi, what orders do you have? Quack, quack, quack. A large white goose flapped its wings, struggling between the thick fingers, occasionally using its yellow beak to peck at his rough arm. I want this goose, Dany said. The Dothraki ate horse meat as their staple food, believing it to be the best food in the world. But after thinking about the original owner's memories, Dany Rise felt nauseous at the thought of horse meat. Changing the topic was one reason, but improving the food was another. The large beads of sweat on the fat black man's bald head became denser. He had a pleading look on his face as he refused with difficulty. Khaleesi, I am Lord Jake's chef. Because Madame Lilith is not used to horse meat, I found a few geese in the shepherd's manor with great difficulty this afternoon. I really have no right to agree to your request. Smack! Aggo was furious when he heard that. He whipped the fat man without any explanation, causing a centipede-like crack to appear on his right cheek. Bastard, even Jake himself can't refuse Khaleesi's request. The fat chef covered his face and squatted on the ground, whimpering. Even the white goose in his hand had escaped with a quack, so how could he continue the conversation? The entire process happened quickly. Dany's mouth opened and closed, but the whip had already been lashed out. There was no time to stop it. Who wants to steal my goose? An angry shout came from the sky-blue tent beside them. Chapter 2. The brown leather curtain of the yurt opened, and a sweet smell of laurel perfume and urine wafted out. A woman with a big belly walked out with the help of 2 centaur girls. Dany was stunned at first glance. It was not a Dothraki vest, but a light lace dress from Myr. The yellow color made her skin look even fairer. She had long silver hair that reached her shoulders and hazy purple eyes. If not for the memories in her mind, she would have thought that she had met another member of the Targaryen family. Jon and Irene had cried out strong seed before they died, hinting at King Theon's tragic life as a cuckold. This was because people of the same bloodline often had the same physical characteristics. For example, the House Baratheon had black hair, the Tully family had red hair, the Lannister family had golden hair, and the Targaryen family had silver hair that was almost transparent. But in reality, silver hair and purple eyes were also the main characteristics of the Valeglia people. Ever since Valeglia was destroyed by a volcanic eruption 400 years ago, the ancient dragon civilization had collapsed, and the bloodline of silver hair and purple eyes began to spread across the continent of Ursos. It was not surprising to meet a woman with silver hair and purple eyes in the Khalasar of the Horse King. So it's the Khaleesi. Unlike the petite Dany, the silver-haired woman was tall, with big breasts and buttocks. Her square face was also very big. She was a very typical Western woman. She was also older than Dany, close to 30 years old. The woman's gaze was strange. There was a strange mixture of mockery, pity, jealousy, smugness, and viciousness. Dany did not like it. She frowned and asked, "You are Lilith, Madam? Jocko's wife? Maybe I will become a Khaleesi soon." Lilith raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. Khal Drogo was dead, and his Khalasar would choose a new Khal, and his wife would be a Khaleesi. Actually, in Dothraki, Khaleesi were not worth much. Not counting the Colossus on the grasslands, just Maong City alone had close to 100 Khaleesi, Dosh Khalim, whose husbands had died. Just a few days ago, Drogo had arranged for a group of Ma Min warriors to escort the 2 Khaleesi to Vistos Lake. They were Ogo and his son, and the other was Khal of Kalasa. Dany's warrior, Kars, wasn't very smart and didn't hear the malicious curse hidden in Lilith's words. Furthermore, she used Valeglia, so the centaurs didn't understand much. Otherwise, he would have lashed out with a whip or shot an arrow through the woman's belly. On the other hand, Sir Yora's gaze turned sharp as he said coldly, I have never heard of Jake having a wife. Even Khal Drogo had many women. Unfortunately, only Princess Dany Rhys became a Khaleesi. He emphasized the word princess, hinting at the importance of her identity. Lilith's expression changed. She seemed to have thought of something and was so angry that her body trembled. Her plump lips were tightly pursed into a mean arc. After a while, she stuttered in Dothraki and said to Dany, Khaleesi, do you want to violate the glorious tradition of the great Dothraki and wantonly steal the spoils of war of other warriors? As mentioned before, the original Dany was very kind and brave. Because she couldn't bear to see the centaurs humiliate the captive women, she forcefully snatched them from the centaur warriors. The women who were saved weren't very grateful to her, but the Dothraki who had their belongings stolen hated her to the core. The act of stealing the spoils of war of warriors seriously violated the traditions of the Dothraki. It's just a goose. Dany clumsily untied a silver medal from her waist and threw it on the ground. You can't refuse the Khaleesi's gift. As a gift in return, the white goose that had just escaped from the fat chef had its neck pierced by Kue Luo's arrow. The arrow had penetrated its neck and sunk 10 centimeters into the ground. The goose let out a miserable and weak squawk, its blood-soaked snow-white feathers fluttering weakly. Dany pointed at the white goose. It's mine now. Not only did the Dothraki not have a marriage system, they didn't even have finance. No, forget finance, they didn't even have a currency. There was no equivalent currency, no trade. If they needed something, they would either rob it or give it as a gift from other tribes and cities. With 100,000 Khaleesars at their gates, not a single city on Essos dared to refuse gifts. It wasn't as if the centaurs didn't have gold, silver, and other metals as currency. They forged gold, silver, and copper into metals, and strung them together to form a belt around their waist. Then, just like what Dany was doing now, they would exchange gifts and trade with each other. For example, Dany Rhys herself was a gift from her brother, Viserys, to the strongest Khal of the Dothraki Sea, Drogo the Horse King, with the help of Governor Illyrio of Pentos. The Dothraki Sea, the grasslands to the east of Essos across the sea from the Westeros. The grasslands are so vast that in summer, the grass billows like the waves of the sea. The powerful and primitive Dothraki people were born there. Strictly speaking, Dany Rhys was sold to Khal Drogo like a slave. Viserys gave Drogo a gift, and according to Dothraki tradition, the Khal had to reciprocate with a gift of equal value, 10,000 howling Dothraki warriors. Or, Drogo could lead the Khalasar to sweep across the Westeros and help House Targaryen restore their kingdom. In other words, he would help Viserys' crown. But the arrogant Dothraki had a bad habit. If you give me a gift, I should give you a gift in return. But when and how I give you the gift was up to me. Viserys was even more eager to restore his kingdom than Morongfu in demigods and semidevils. Seeing that his sister's belly was so big that she was about to give birth, not only did Drogo not give him any soldiers, he also had no intention of helping him restore his kingdom. He began to harass Shuagu in every way he could, as if he was a debt collector. Splashing paint, robbing and selling off his family's property, harassing him with phone calls, threatening his family's safety, cursing in front of his house, beating him up. Of course, there was no paint or phone calls in the world of ice and fire, but Viserys used a similar method to mimic all of these actions. He beat up Drogo's wife, who was his own sister, and scolded Drogo in public for being a traitor. Well, he didn't know Dothraki, so he cursed in the common language of the Westeros. Drogo couldn't understand, and because of Dany Rhys' status as the Khaleesi, the others didn't translate for Drogo. Stealing dragon eggs and selling them for money wasn't a big deal. When Dany Rhys heard about it, she even planned to give him 3 of her dragon eggs. What was even more outrageous was that Viserys even brought weapons into a place like the White Tiger Hall of the Dothraki people. At that time, Drogo was having a meal with a few khals. In front of countless people, he pointed his sword at Dany's belly and threatened Drogo, "If you don't help me restore my kingdom, I'll stab your wife and son to death." Unfortunately, Viserys had the ruthlessness of a lone shark, but he didn't have the background or power of a gang. Drogo was also not an ordinary person who was obedient. In fact, Drogo didn't want to be a lone shark. It was just a custom of the Dothraki people. They roamed the Dothraki Sea as the seasons changed. Every year, they would make a trip back to Horse King's city and ask the Dosh Khaleesi, similar to priests and wise men, to predict their fate for the coming year. Viserys was in for a tragedy. Drogo's belt was strung with gold medals, which were thrown into a metal pot and melted into liquid gold. You want a crown, don't you? You poured the liquid gold on your head, and your brain was almost melted. What a miserable sight. The gift trade of the Dothraki people was just that fucked up and cruel. Therefore, Lilith couldn't refuse the Khaleesi's silver medal. The big white goose went to Dany. Before leaving Jake's tribe, Dany stopped the little mare under her and put her right hand on her waist. She turned to Lilith, who was gritting her teeth, and said, "You've been in Drogo's Khalasar for some time now, right? Since we're talking about tradition, you should know that there are no Khaleesi in Dothraki who can ride a horse, even if she's pregnant." After saying that, she rode away on the little silver horse. Everyone in Dothraki had a horse and had to know how to ride one. The first thing Dany Lilith did after becoming Drogo's Khaleesi was not to learn the Centaur language, but to get used to life on horseback. Of course, there were carriages in the huge Khalasar, but they weren't for normal people, nor were they reserved for nobles. In Dothraki, only eunuchs, crippled people, pregnant women, the old, the weak and the young would ride in carriages. Dany Lilith was almost 10 months pregnant, but she still rode a horse. Khal Drogo's wounds were infected, and he was under the influence of dark witchcraft. Even though his consciousness was blurred, he still rode a horse by instinct. The more noble a person was, the more they couldn't leave the horse's back. When they first saw the Dothraki Sea, Dany was attracted by the wave-like grassland and ordered the cars under her command to stop and rest. In the end, Viserys couldn't stand being ordered to do so. As a burden brought by Dany, his household register was on Dany's Kars tribe in name. So, he awakened the sleeping dragon's fury and planned to whip his sister to vent his anger, just like he had done many times in the past 10 years. P.S. Sleeping dragon's fury. Viserys thought of himself as a true dragon and often used this term when he was angry. Well, as a beggar prince of the last dynasty, he could only vent his anger on his young sister. Dany was always Viserys' punching bag to vent his anger. Even though Dany was sold to Drogo like a commodity, she had her own Kars tribe immediately after she got married. How could Ago and the others allow Khaleesi to be beaten? That time, Viserys was stripped of his right to ride a horse by Dany. The Dothraki who saw him walk back to the Khalasar gave him a sarcastic nickname, Khal Rhaemar, the King of Sore Legs. The next day, Khal Drogo suggested that Viserys ride in the carriage. Viserys happily agreed, thinking that Drogo was apologizing to him for Dany's rudeness. Viserys then received a second insulting nickname, Khal Rajat, which meant King of Carriages. It was clear that not being able to ride a horse in the Khalasar meant that one was greatly discriminated against. Looking at the silver medal lying in the mud, and then at the smug Dany riding away, Lilith bit her fat lips so hard that they almost bled. "Before the Khalasar leaves camp tomorrow, prepare a horse for me, a silver mare like that bitch," she yelled at the female slave beside her. Chapter 3. Dany led the 5 knights of Yora Ago to the outskirts of the Khalasar beyond Jakoka's camp. A group of women in painted Dothraki waistcoats were weaving straw curtains. Their rough, cracked fingers were deft as they plucked the upper heads of whole wheat sprouts, tossed them into a dustpan, and wove the half-green, half-yellow stalks into the long curtains as if they were knitting a sweater. The yurts of the Dothraki were mostly made of straw curtains. Even the fabric used to make clothes was pitiful. They wore leather waistcoats and jackets. Most centaurs did not have cloth to make tents. When they saw Khaleesi arrive, the women and children beside her were expressionless. They did not greet her respectfully, nor did they look at her with venom. "These are the slaves we captured from Ogo's Khalasar," Yora whispered. The Dothraki ecology was extremely cruel. About a month ago, when the old Dosh Kalen prophesied that Daenerys would give birth to the steed that rides the world in Vistos Lake, Khal Ogo and Drogo were drinking and having fun in a tent, as if they were a pair of dearest brothers. About 9 days ago, the two met again on the banks of the Lazar River, a few thousand miles away from Vistithraki. Kal Ogo was leading his Khalasar to besiege a Lazar town, and Drogo happened to pass by. Needless to say, Drogo led his roaring warriors to join the battle at the first opportunity. Not to help Ogo, but to attack the rear of his army while Kal Ogo was busy attacking the town. After wiping out Kal Ogo's tribe, Drogo took down the Lazar town that was on the verge of collapse. In that battle, Drogo killed Ogo and his son with his own hands, and even cut off the head of one of Kal Ogo's bloodriders. Fighting 1 against 3, he paid a small price, only losing a piece of his pectoralis major. Drogo's strength aside, his actions showed the Dothraki's ruthless way of survival. There was a scene at the beginning of Kung Fu where the leader of Crocodile said to the leader of Axe, who was about to cut him down, "Wait, did you forget? I treated you to a meal." Drogo and Ogo had more than just a meal together. Unfortunately, all friendliness and peace only existed in Horse King City. Under the shadow of the Mother Goddess, every grassland centaur in Vistothrak were brothers. All disputes were set aside, and after leaving the sacred grounds, there was only the most blatant survival of the strong and elimination of the weak on the Dothrak seas. Drogo not only killed Ogo and his son, but also reduced all the women and children of Kalasa to slaves. At this moment, he was going west along the Lazar River to sell them to the Gith slave owners in Slave Bay. A burst of noise and the sound of whips whipping brought Danny back to reality. Unknowingly, they had already walked out of the outermost perimeter of Kalasa. Under the yellow evening sky, a few manners of the Raza people were struggling in the rolling black smoke. The fire was crackling and roaring. Under the collapsed dry mud walls, warriors in painted vests were galloping back and forth, waving the long whips in their hands as they shouted and urged the survivors to leave the smoking ruins. Danny saw many mothers with numb and lifeless faces. They staggered with their crying children, and under the whips, they walked towards Drogo Kalasa's slave camp. There were only a few men among them, and most of them were crippled and elderly. Almost all the adult men were dead. The Dothrak warriors consciously made way for Danny and her party. This attracted the attention of the people who were resting at the base of the mud wall. Soon, they came up with Hago, whose face was covered in blood. "Khaleesi, are you trying to steal other people's slaves again?" Hago sneered. Suddenly, he had an idea. He grinned at Danny like a wolf and lifted the hemp rope hanging on the saddle up high. As he expected, a nauseating stench of blood rushed towards him. Danny's pupils shrank to a point in fear, and she could not help but gasp for breath. It was a series of human heads. Some young, some old, some with fear on their faces, some with anger even in death. Sticky dark red blood dripped slowly along the hemp rope that tied the hair, soaking Hago's thigh that was hanging on one side of the saddle. Some of the heads were cut in half neatly. Some of the necks were jagged, as if they had been cut several times before they were cut. Danny also saw a head with a white spine hanging from the neck that was covered in black blood. Could it be that Hago had cut the edge of the blade and pulled the head that was cut in half from his shoulder? Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open. Danny's ears seemed to be filled with shouts of accusation and curses. Danny, who had seen such a cruel scene for the first time, was unsurprisingly frightened to the point that she was almost possessed. God had mercy on her. This morning, she was still in the bright and sunny Medical College Square, receiving her Master of Surgery degree. Sir Jorah hurriedly urged his horse to Danny's side, supporting her to prevent her from swaying and falling. He helped her catch her breath, and then picked up the water skin and poured water into her mouth. Danny was like a rag doll. She was tortured by Jorah and Ago for a while before she finally caught her breath and woke up. She tried hard to hold back the tears and fear in her eyes, trying hard to fill her eyes with murderous intent. Then, she tried hard to raise her head and forced herself to look at Hago, who was still holding the string of human heads high. Gradually, the cruel smile on Hago's face faded away. He lowered his head as if he was bored and hung the heads back on the saddle. But just as he lowered his head, Hago seemed to be annoyed by the quiet and gloomy atmosphere around him. "Khaleesi, what are you looking at?" He could not help but raise his head and roar at Danny. Danny's eyes were now completely devoid of fear and confusion. Her violet eyes were clear and cold, like a cold spring. I'm counting to see if you have cut the most heads. Unfortunately, Pinocchio has 2 more than you. The veins on Hago's neck bulged. He was just about to flare up at Danny, but he immediately shut his mouth. He nimbly dismounted from his horse and walked quickly to Pinocchio's side. He faced him and started counting the heads in a low voice. After counting for a while, he started counting with his fingers with a confused expression. Danny could not maintain her cold expression anymore. The blood brotherhood was indeed very strong, but the Song of Ice and Fire was a world of low magic and low martial arts. The strongest individual martial arts could only fight against 10 people. A strong warrior would start to feel exhausted after killing 7 or 8 people in a row. Whether it was Hago or the 10 or so caskets, none of them had obtained more than 20 heads. But Hago actually counted with his fingers that were as thick as a carrot for almost a minute. In the end, he returned to his saddle and held his own string of human heads to compare with Pinocchio's. The top student Danny Rice was right. Hago had indeed lost 2 heads. Bam! The bloody human heads rolled on the ground, covered in a thin layer of dust, like the chaff on a fried chicken drumstick. Hago threw his string of human heads away angrily. He pulled out a woman in her 30s from the group of shepherd slaves beside him. He ignored her cries and struggles, and did not care that Calixi was right in front of him. He immediately took off his sheepskin shorts and rode her. The woman's cries seemed to be his glory. He even raised his head and smiled proudly at Danny Rice. His smile was ferocious, cruel, and full of provocation. Everyone knew that Calixi had once violated Dothraki tradition and forcefully saved a woman who was being humiliated in public. Danny Rice knew that this was a war between her and Hago. She should leave as if nothing had happened. This was the best choice for her and the poor woman. Hiya! She kicked the horse's belly lightly, and the little silver horse left with light steps. Hago cursed a few times in Dothraki dialect to vent. Entering the battlefield, the dying horses were startled by Danny Rice. They raised their heads and neighed at her. There were also moaning wounded. They licked their dry lips and called out, "Calixi, please give me some water." However, before Danny could do anything, a jackarang trotted over. "I'm sorry, Calixi, for disturbing you." He smiled apologetically at Danny Rice. With a flash of his blade, the young man slit the neck of the wounded soldier who was begging for water. Accompanied by the sound of arrows of blood spurting out, the wounded man's eyes dimmed as he screamed. There was no pain or fear on his face, only faint regret and doubt. It was as if in the last moment of his life, he was only wondering, "Why don't you let me drink a mouthful of water before I die?" Jackarang and Dothraki were people who specialized in relieving the wounded. They shuttled back and forth on the battlefield, harvesting a series of heads from the dead and the dying. There was also a group of little girls carrying baskets running happily behind Jackarang. They looked curiously at Danny Rice for a while, then giggled as they walked towards the corpses. They extended their blood-stained little hands to pull out the arrows from the corpses and threw them into the baskets. The arrows that were in good condition would be kept for next use. The arrows with broken tails would be inserted with feathers. The broken arrows would also be retrieved with metal arrowheads. When they returned, the slaves or women would put them back on the wooden poles. Lastly, there was a group of skinny and hungry wild dogs with ferocious eyes. They first tried to sniff the corpses in front of Danny Rice. When they raised their heads and saw that she did not stop them, they bared their fangs and tore into the corpses. There was always a group of wild dogs following the Kalesa, as if forming a unique ecological chain in the sea of grass. Similar things had happened many times. The dogs were used to it and thought that Danny Rice was used to it. Ugh! Danny Rice threw up on the horse's back, scaring the wild dogs into retreating. They did not even bother to chew on the warm white muscle meat in their mouths. "Calixi, it's late. Shall we leave?" Sir Yora held her shoulders and advised her with a worried expression. "All right, let's go back." This cruel world had unraveled its veil on Danny Rise without any scruples. In the shortest amount of time, she had a sufficient understanding of her current environment. Chapter 4. When Danny and Rise returned to their tents, the hairless men who had treated Drogo were still there. A few horrifying women with wrinkled faces spread their legs that were as dry as tree roots, their messy white hair swaying with the ritual dance. Their mouths, which were missing teeth, were wide open as they sang an ancient Dothraki song. Their voices were sharp and piercing. They sang and danced around the naked man on the bed. The flames on the bonfire beside them followed the rhythm of the song. Sometimes, a 2-meter-high orange flame would jump up abruptly, and at other times, it would almost be extinguished, leaving only the flickering of the charcoal. Danny felt her scalp tingle. She stood at the door with her legs frozen like concrete pillars, unable to move a single step. This is just the Dothraki witch doctor's dance. It's no big deal. You're still the dragon mother. It's just a flame wave, maybe it's the wind. She told herself. Roar on the bed of fur, Drogo suddenly let out an inhuman howl. There was only one emotion in his voice, extreme pain. Danny had seen him smiling in the face of injuries that were 10 times more serious. Even for a burly man like Zhang Fei, having a layer of skin cut off from his chest was only a superficial wound. Even if the wound was inflamed and infected, even if the germs had penetrated deep into the organs, she should still be groggy and unconscious. Although she had just graduated, she had dozens of internships and knew that inflammation would not stimulate the pain nerves like this. She thought back to the time when Millie Mazter had treated Drogo's wounds. Every night, Drogo would be in so much pain that he would kick and punch the air, tearing the sheepskin blanket apart several times. Danny was completely sure that the witch doctor was doing this on purpose. She wanted to use the cruelest means to take revenge on the Dothraki. There was no doubt that nothing would satisfy her more than letting the Khal die in extreme pain and endless suffering. No, she was not satisfied. Danny Rise rubbed her belly. The witch doctor wanted to sacrifice Drogo's son to the devil and make his Khaleesi suffer for the rest of her life. Drogo, who was groggy during the day and struggling in pain at night, was quickly forced to drink 2 large bowls of poppy wine by a few centaur women. Poppy milk, a milky white liquid extracted from poppy flowers, has the miraculous effect of relieving pain and anesthetizing. It was the most commonly used anesthetic in Westeros and the 9 free trade cities. The witch doctor did not know how to make poppy milk, but he did know how to make poppy wine, and the effect was about the same. These hairless people were definitely worthy of the title of Mongolian doctors. They had not received any formal training, and it was only because they could not have children that they became part-time doctors as a side job. They also did things like cooking and herding horses and sheep. Their medical skills were extremely poor, and they had almost no witchcraft. They could not treat slightly more serious injuries, nor could they get rid of the witch doctor's black witchcraft. Danny was sure that they did not realize that Drogo was under witchcraft. After the hairless man bowed to her and left, Danny Rise came to the bed with the help of a maid. "Jichi, find me a dagger, a sharp one," she said to the maid. When Danny Rise married Drogo, she received a lot of gifts, including 3 maids from Viserys. The Dothraki girls Jichi and Iri, and the blonde, blue-eyed Rhys Doria. Jichi and Iri were about the same age as Danny, 14 years old. Both of them were captured as slaves when their father's Khalasar was destroyed by Drogo. Doria was older, only 20 years old, and was the head of a famous brothel in Rhys. They were not ordinary maids. Iri was good at horsemanship and was responsible for teaching Danny Rise how to ride. Jichi was proficient in the common language, Dothraki, and High Valeglia, and taught Danny Dothraki. As for Doria, she trained the ignorant little Danny Rise into a master of horsemanship. Commonly known as Old Driver. Jichi moved quickly and found a 30 centimeters long dagger from a large purple wood box with a red copper frame that was half the height of a person. The brown bone hilt, the dagger wrapped in a brown leather scabbard, curved into an arc like an Iraq scimitar. "This is Drogo's dragon bone dagger, Calixi," Jichi said. "Shing!" The dagger was unsheathed and brought out a snow-white waterfall under the light of the dark red torch. The blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, did not have a single gap. Danny Rise's smoky purple eyes flashed with satisfaction. Good dagger. Seeing her bending over the butter candlestick raised by Doria, seemingly ready to cut open the gauze on Drogo's chest, Sir Jorah hurried over and said softly, "Calixi, your hands and feet are inconvenient, let me do it." "My hands and feet are inconvenient? Do you think my master's degree is fake?" Danny glanced at the big bear from the corner of her eyes and waved her blade over the candle flame. She skillfully cut open the filthy silk cloth that stuck to her skin. Underneath was a layer of wet blue mud and hard patches of fig leaves. Layer after layer, over the past 7 or 8 days, the hairless men had repeatedly smeared more than 10 layers of Dothraki's holy medicine, mud paste, on her skin. Saying that they were Mongolian doctors was an insult to Mongolian doctors. Jorah turned his head and looked at Danny with surprise and doubt in his eyes. The dressing was cut open easily and flexibly, and it was hard to imagine that it was done by a pregnant girl who did not know how to use a sword. The top layer of dressing was still wet, but the bottom layer was as dry as a sheep's mud wall. Under Danny's rhythmic tapping, it easily broke into pieces like a mud wall. Removing the pieces stuck to the flesh and peeling off the purple-black fig leaves, gradually, a rotten smell mixed with a sweet smell filled the spacious yurt. The smell was so strong that it made it hard for them to breathe. Doria covered her mouth with one hand, her face swollen, and the thick butter candle in her other hand kept shaking. Jorah hurriedly reached out to take the candle, and Doria immediately took a few steps back, trotted to open the leather curtain, and went outside to vomit. The wooden tray in Irie's hands was full of peeled mud and leaves, stained with pus and blood, and small pieces of rotten flesh. At this time, Drogo's injury was fully displayed in front of Danny. The left side of his chest was pitch black, and the rotten wound shone under the candlelight. As Zhugu breathed rapidly and laboriously, his chest heaved up and down. Purplish-black pus and blood flowed out into 3 forked streams, drenching the pure white lamb wool blanket beneath him. The sweet stench became even stronger, and it made even the tough Korra feel nauseous. "Calixi, Calixi!" Sir Jorah looked at Danny, who was standing on the spot with a pale face, and then looked at Irie and Jichi, who were covering their noses and turning their heads. His mouth opened and closed, and he shouted a few times, but he couldn't say a complete sentence. When Danny came back to her senses, she asked Irie and Jichi to prepare hot water, strong alcohol, and other things. Jorah immediately grabbed her arm and said anxiously, "Calixi, did you see it? Your husband is about to die." "I know, I can guess that his chest must be filled with dirty pus and blood, and Drogo's heart is soaked in the purple-black poisonous blood. Even if the black witchcraft was expelled, this kind of injury would definitely kill him in the modern era where medical science is advanced," Danny and Rise thought silently. "It could even be said that he is already dead." The witch hoped that he would suffer more pain and torture, which was why she used the strange black witchcraft to keep him alive. "What are you trying to say, sir?" "Child, let's leave before he breathes his last," Jorah advised. "Leave? Where to?" Danny stared straight at Drogo's chest and asked blankly. "To Asha in the Shadow Lands. That place is located far to the south, at the end of the known world. It is said that it is also a prosperous port. There, we should be able to take a ship back to Pentos." Sir Jorah hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is your Kars tribe trustworthy?" "With just the 2 of us, I'm afraid." Hee. Danny Rise's pale smile turned into a bitter smile. She shook her head and said, "Sir, you are thinking too much. We can't leave. It is difficult to protect our own safety with fewer people. If we bring the Kars tribe, it will be too conspicuous. Do you think the 40,000 howling warriors are blind? Go to Asha. Even a grown man would not be able to withstand the pain of a journey of 10,000 miles. Danny, a pregnant 14-year-old girl, might as well just stab herself." Sir Jorah looked at Danny's big belly and frowned. "Your Highness, even if it is for the child, you should try to escape from this place. The Dothraki submit to Khal Drogo's might, but that is all. They will never follow a crying baby. This is completely different from us Westeros. When Drogo dies, Jake, Bono, and a dozen other bandits will immediately start fighting for the Khals position. Drogo's Khalasar will fall apart and kill each other until the final victor emerges. And then? Dany asked with a blank face. Sir Jorah could not bear it. After hesitating for a moment, he said softly, "The new Khal will not leave his opponents alive. Your child will be taken away the moment it is born and fed to the dogs, just like what Drogo did to Ogo and his son." This Dany was stronger than Jorah had imagined. Other than her face being even paler, she did not fall into hysterical despair. I still have about a week. I still have about 7 days to give birth. If Drogo dies before then and my child is not born, will they let me go?" Dany asked hesitantly. "I am Khaleesi. According to the Dothraki tradition, no one can hurt a Khaleesi who has lost her husband. At most." Dany gritted her teeth and said the last sentence with difficulty. "At most, they will send me back to Vistarasco and become a member of the Dosh Khaleesi." Sir Jorah was shocked and said in disbelief, "Are you willing to die of old age in Maong City?" Then, he shook his head in pain. "It is useless. Didn't you notice that the Dosh Khaleesi in Maong City do not have children? After so many years, has there not been a Khaleesi who lost their Khal while pregnant like you? It is just a baby, and a baby who has lost his tribe." Dany's purple eyes flashed with fear as she said in disbelief. Sir Jorah smiled bitterly and asked, "Do you still remember your brother, Rhaegar? 14 years ago, on the eve of Dany Rise's birth, her eldest brother, the Crown Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, died on the banks of the Trident during a battle with the usurper. Her father, Mad King Aerys, had his throat slit by the White Knight who should have sworn to protect him and died tragically under the Iron Throne. On the same day, Prince Rhaegar's child, Dany Rise's nephew and niece, the 3-year-old Princess Rhaenys, was split in two. Prince Aegon, who was still an infant, was plucked from his mother's head. Amidst the Crown Princess's anguished wails, he was smashed against the stone wall like a melon and smashed into a bloody pulp. In the entire Targaryen dynasty, only Dany and Viserys were left, and now only Dany was left. She was even worse off than Morongfu. At least she still had 4 retainers and relatives. If the Westeros who worship chivalry are like this, then the barbaric Dothraki. After a pause, Jorah said, "One more thing. At the foot of the Mother of Mount, the Dosh Khaleesi prophesied that your child will become a steed that rides the world. His future achievements will be enough to strike fear in any enemy. No one will let you go at the risk of him growing up to take revenge." Chapter 5. There were many prophecies in the Song of Ice and Fire, and more than 90% of them came true, including the Dothraki old woman's prophecy to Dany Rise: her child would ride the steed of the world. This steed was not a prophecy that she would give birth to a horse. The Dothraki had a different kind of affection and worship for horses. They drank mare's milk when they were born, ate horse meat and drank mare's milk when they grew up. They rode wild horses when they were alive, and when they died, they would kill the best horse to be buried with them. Steed was the Dothraki's metaphor for a strong boy. Unfortunately, the prophecy was wrong. Dany Rise did not give birth to a child, or rather, her child was not a boy, but 3 dragons. Dragons, the limit of the world's power, were they not riding the steed of the world? Dany Rise, who had watched the hit TV series Game of Thrones, naturally understood the old woman's prophecy better than Korra or anyone else. But she could not say this to anyone, nor did she dare to say it. If she said it, the dragon eggs that were originally unnoticeable might be snatched away, and she might even lose her own life. Even an idiot would know that dragons were far more dangerous than any powerful Khal. Damn it, if the prophecy was so accurate, why didn't they know how to prevent black witchcraft? The witches in Maong City were too biased. Well, Drogo's death was also a relief for the second generation, but the problem was, she had transmigrated at the wrong time. Dany Rise quickly erased the dark thoughts in her mind. Since she was already here and knew about the witch's evil plan, she would never let the child be aborted again, let alone sacrifice the child to the devil. Losing the baby might save Khaleesi's life, and the child was not hers. It was already hers now, so she had to keep this child. Dany made a decision in her heart, and once again rejected Cora's plan to elope with her. Going with him was a dead end, and there was an 80% chance that they would not be able to leave the grasslands. When Eljiki brought hot water, red wine and other things, Dany used the red wine to wipe Drogo's wound, but it was almost useless. Purplish-black pus and blood kept flowing as she wiped. After half an hour, Dany had no choice but to soak the silk in poppy milk and boil it, and then firmly wrap it around Drogo's chest a few times. It couldn't cure him, but it could numb his wounds and reduce his pain. Instructing Eljiki to clean Drogo's body with a cotton cloth, she also instructed Doria to move out a chest. It was a 30 centimeters wide, tall, and 1 meter long box decorated with bronze cedar wood. "Doria, put my bed here." Dany pointed at the bonfire in the center of the yurt. Khal's yurt was very big, at least 200 square meters. There was a circle of open air at the top of the yurt, and there was a fireplace built with iron plates on the ground below. The raging fire in the fireplace soared, bringing warmth to the cool night. "Won't it be too hot if we're so close?" Dolia asked hesitantly. "I'm not afraid of the heat." This was the truth. The moment she arrived, she realized that the Targaryen family's true dragon body was real. At least, Dany Rhys did not feel the scorching heat of the sun. While Doria was making the bed, Daenerys opened the cedar box. It was filled with soft velvet, and 3 large stone eggs lay on top. They were about the size of a bird's egg, but compared to the monochromatic bird's egg, the stone eggs that Dany's fingers caressed were much, much more beautiful. In her previous life, she was born into a normal family, and had never seen top-grade jewelry with her own eyes. However, she was 100% sure that the Titanic's Heart of the Ocean and the Queen of England's Sapphire were not even comparable to dirt compared to the 3 dragon eggs. These 3 dragon eggs were a wedding gift from Governor Illyrio of Pentos. They were fossilized dragon eggs from the Shadowlands, and had existed for millions of years, and had been fossilized into crystals. They looked like they were made of high-quality porcelain, glaze, or glass, especially the rich and colorful patterns on the surface, so exquisite that one would think that they were inlaid with jewels and diamonds. The 3 fossilized dragon eggs were covered with small scales, and as Dany's fingers fiddled with them, they reflected the setting sun and emitted a metallic luster. One of them was dark green with bronze spots, and nurtured a green dragon. Another was pale milky white with golden stripes, and was a white dragon. The last one was black, like the ocean at midnight, with vibrant dark red waves and whirlpools. As Dany caressed them, the dragon eggs began to emit heat, and the scalding heat from them made her so comfortable that she almost moaned out loud. "Doria, come and touch them. Are the dragon eggs hot?" She retracted her hand and turned to the maid. Doria didn't understand. She rubbed the 3 dragon eggs back and forth, and asked doubtfully, "They're cold, just like before?" Dany waved her hand, and let her prepare dinner. That big fat goose." Dany ate a small half of the 4 to 5 caddies of goose, 1 leg and half a breast. The goose meat was stewed with turnips and apples, and it was surprisingly delicious. Dany dipped the black bread in the soup and ate almost 3 caddies of food in a daze. This little girl's physique is ridiculously good, and her skin is tough and durable. Could it be because of the true dragon bloodline? Burp. "Doria, give the rest of the goose meat to Sir Jorah." "Iri, Jichi, help me wipe my body," Dany said tiredly after a burp. Iri and Jichi were Dothraki, and were more willing to eat roasted horse meat. Doria had a small appetite and was full after half a bowl of soup. Sir Jorah, on the other hand, was a foreigner like Dany, and was not used to horse people's food. After bathing and watching Iri feed the unconscious Drogo a big bag of thick mare's milk, Dany prepared to sleep. There were only 3 people in the quiet and empty tent. Not far away, Drogo's body twitched from time to time due to his nerves being stimulated by black witchcraft, and he occasionally let out small and rough moans. Dany slept on the side of the bed closest to the bonfire, and Eerie was sleeping on the same bed as her outside. Every night, the three maids took turns sleeping on the same bed as her to take care of her daily needs. The centaur girl was very careless. Her call was about to die, but she fell asleep as soon as she covered herself with a feather quilt. Dani's naked body was pressed tightly against the 3 dragon eggs, as if she was absorbing the energy that represented life and origin power. This wasn't an illusion. The dragon egg really did have the effect of helping with the healing of injuries. Dani Rise was a princess of a fallen kingdom. A few months before she was born, her father and brother's thrones were stolen by the usurper, Robert Theon. If not for a loyal old knight who took her and Viserys to Braavos, she would most likely have followed in her nephew's footsteps, smashed against the wall and broken into a red and white pulp. Before the age of 5, with the old knight's care, she lived a comfortable life as a commoner for a few years. After the old knight died of illness, her younger brother took the young Dani Rise and began to wander through the 9 alliances. From the age of 5 to 13, they fled tens of thousands of miles, no exaggeration, tens of thousands of miles to avoid the usurper's assassins. The silhouettes of 2 silver-haired Targaryens appeared in the narrow streets and dark alleys of several cities on the western continent of Ursus. At first, the governors, lords, and business tycoons who ruled the free trade cities were happy to welcome the descendants of the Targaryens. But as Robert Theon sat on the Iron Throne more and more firmly, the doors that had been opened for them closed one by one, and the siblings' lives became increasingly difficult. In the past few years, they had pawned off all their jewelry, even their mother's crown. The money they had earned was quickly spent, and they became the laughingstock of those who knew them. In the taverns and alleys of Pentos, people gave Viserys the nickname Beggar King. As for Dani Rise, she was cowardly and timid, and did not even dare to ask others what they called her. As a result, Dani Rise, who lacked food and clothing, was stunted from a young age. She was like a bean sprout, with no breasts and no buttocks. She lived in fear of Viserys' wrath of the sleeping dragon for a long time, and even appeared submissive and hunched like a little old woman. If not for the blessing of the world's most beautiful bloodline in ice and fire, Drogo would not have liked her. At first, Viserys was worried that his sister would not be able to sell. Well, every Targaryen was a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Their family inherited their appearance and temperament. Her menarche came at the age of 13, and she had never ridden a horse before. In the beginning, the difficult life of a nomad was almost unbearable. Dani Rise seriously considered suicide in order to escape. It could be said that in the world of ice and fire, Dani Rise was the most miserable. Compared to her, the people of the Wolf family paled in comparison. Dead father, dead mother, dead brother. Was losing the country, the Northern Territory, bad enough? Dani Rise had already experienced it. Putting aside the hatred of the country and family, in her personal experience, she grew up without food. It was not easy to meet Drogo, who was genuinely good to her, but in a few days, she lost her lover, her backer, and her son. The future would continue to be miserable. The people of the Wolf family still had a chance to turn things around, but she kept falling into a bottomless abyss and never stopped. Who dares to be more miserable than me? Alright, I digressed. Back then, Dani Rise was injured physically and mentally. She was on the verge of death and almost committed suicide. And the thing that changed her physical and mental state was the dragon egg. Through the soul communication with the dragon in the dragon egg in her sleep, her injuries healed overnight. From her body to her soul, it was as if she had been cleansed, glowing with vitality as if she had been reborn. This was a fantasy world. There were dragons and magic. Dani Rise's bloodline was different from that of mortals. Little baby, give mommy strength. Dragon baby, give mommy strength. Dani Rise held the black dragon egg and muttered softly as if she was chanting a spell. She was still using Mandarin. Other than the continuous waves of heat, there was nothing wrong with the dragon egg. Dani Rise placed the dragon egg beside the feather pillow. She turned her body sideways and looked at the flame that was close to her. Since I've taken over someone else's body, I have to do my best to protect their baby. In order to live, I have to try. Gritting her teeth, Danny Rise extended her palm towards the dancing flame. When she was still in the modern world, she often saw various videos on TikTok that challenged the limits of barbecue. Things like making popsicles, barbecuing air. Today, she wanted to ask out loud, have any of you barbecued yourselves alive? Danny Rise wanted to barbecue human flesh. Yep, barbecue her own flesh. Chapter 6. Pain. Burning pain. It was as if a sharp blade was scraping her bones. Danny Rise's forehead was covered in sweat, and she almost couldn't help but yell and retract her hand. However, she still stopped her subconscious impulse. Her palms kept holding the unpredictable flame. Her motor nerves and muscles were not burned, and her slender and fair fingers were not charred and dripping with oil like roasted chicken feet. She succeeded. She had successfully inherited the talent of her predecessor, the immortal. Fire is power. Danny Rise endured the burning pain and said faintly. She could continue with her plan now. Danny Rise had always known that she had a high resistance to heat, but she had never tried to burn herself with fire. She had no choice when she hatched the dragon. Because although her body was resistant to fire, she still felt the same pain as when a normal person was burned by fire. I'm not afraid of pain, Danny Rise told herself. She buried her hand in the bright red charcoal, as if she was stewing sweet potatoes, and kept repeating, I'm not afraid of pain, hoping to hypnotize herself by counting sheep. Sweat soaked her hair and dripped down her hair onto the pillow and blanket. After stewing in a daze for half the night, she licked her dry lips, retracted her charcoal hand, and pushed Eerie, who was half rolling off the bed like a dead pig. The blanket was spread on the ground near the bonfire. Eerie was too hot and unconsciously rolled away from the fire. Calixie. Eerie slept soundly and woke up quickly. She was a good candidate to be a maid. Get me some water, Danny Rise said in a hoarse voice. Do you want to go to the river to get water? Eerie hesitated. Danny Rise was stunned for a moment before she understood. The horse people rarely had the habit of storing water and drinking unboiled water. Tea leaves were even more invisible. Forget it. Give me 2 bags of mare's milk. The horse people rarely drank water. They were nomads and didn't have a fixed safe water source. Every time they drank unboiled water, it was a risk to their lives. If they could afford it, they were more accustomed to using milk and horse milk to quench their thirst. In the Middle Ages on Earth, the European nobles who hadn't seen tea used low-concentration wine to quench their thirst because unboiled water had bacteria. To the Dothraki, mare's milk was no more valuable than safe raw water. After drinking almost a liter of horse milk that smelled like horse urine, Danny Rise felt extremely comfortable, as if she had been reborn. Eerie, put in a few more bundles of firewood. She lay on the pillow and pointed to the pile of firewood in the corner. Calixie, your hair is wet with sweat. Isn't it too hot? Ellie hesitated. I'm fine. Sweating makes me feel good. She waved her hand. Danny was glad to see the flames begin to lick at the tower of logs, and she was kind enough to give Eerie a blanket so that she could find a comfortable place to make her nest. After Ellie fell asleep, she simply lay down on the woolen blanket and propped her 2 slender white feet on the pile of firewood. When she first put it on, the flames burned her and made her mouth hiss. It didn't take long for her to fall asleep in a daze. In her sleep, Danny Rise came to a strange place. 4 pillars of fire stood around her and the world was a sea of flames. She wandered in pain and joy. After an unknown period of time, a black shadow shrouded the sky above her. When she looked up, she was stunned. A giant dragon with black scales was looking down at her with eyes that looked like lava pools. Its body was so huge, its head was like a mountain peak, its eyes were the size of swimming pools, and its wings were so big that they could cover the sky. Unlike her predecessor who passively accepted the dragon dream, the previous Danny Rise would feel uneasy about the abnormality of the dragon egg. This Danny was more mature and purposeful. She placed the dragon egg close to her skin and kept roasting herself with the flames. Other than training her adaptability to the flames, she had a more important goal: to resonate with the dragon's soul. She wanted to be. She had to be Mother Dragon. Transmigrating to this fucking world, it was almost impossible to survive without a dragon. So she was only shocked for a moment before she happily opened her arms and hugged her. She even shamelessly shouted, "Are you a black dragon? I'm your mother. Remember me and contact me every day. If there's anything I don't know, quickly give it to me. By the way, where's your brother? White dragon and green dragon, where are they?" Boom, the black dragon opened its mouth that could almost run a horse carriage. Blood-red flames mixed with black smoke shot out and completely engulfed Dani below. She felt that her skin was scorched and blackened. Her necrotic flesh fell off piece by piece. The blood in her veins boiled and evaporated. But it was completely different from the pain when the firewood burned her. There was no pain at all. Instead, there was a feeling of being cleansed and tempered. She felt that her body was strong and sturdy, as if she was reborn. Ding dong! The scene of the black dragon spewing flames seemed to have been paused. In the sea of flames in front of Dani, a golden frame that looked like a movie screen suddenly appeared. There were Chinese characters on it. Character, Dani Rhys Targaryen, 14 years old, of body, very weak skill, extremely weak bloodline talent, Mother of Dragons, awakened, transmigration mission, liberate the slaves mission reward. According to the completion of the mission, the character will be rewarded with a learned skill or awakened talent. Character card. This was a character attribute card. Everyone who had played the game knew that. Dani Rhys was no exception. System? She asked tentatively. Immediately, a message flowed into her mind. This was an innate treasure that was born in the chaos before the creation of the world. It can help the owner of the divine artifact to travel through time and space and collect the origin of the worlds to achieve the ultimate transcendence. Then, another message came. Do you need this treasure to have a high level of intelligence to simulate the system that the owner mentioned? Treasure intelligence? Forget it. I'll be more at ease if you're just a divine artifact without an independent consciousness. Dani immediately rejected it. Then, she began to study her character card with the help of the chaos treasure in her mind. First, her original name was abandoned and she was now Dani Rhys, a legal identity that was recognized by the heavenly axiom of this world. Secondly, her character attributes were very weak. Her physique was weak, and her skills were weak. After thinking for a while, she realized that the so-called skills were just the ability to hunt rabbits that she inherited from her previous life. Shooting rabbits with a bow and arrow, the kind that misses 9 times out of 10. This is so fucking awkward. Did my master's surgical skills get eaten by a dog? On the other hand, that bloodline talent is very powerful and useful. Mother of Dragons, awakened, beginner 1. Immortal, normal flames may cause varying degrees of burning pain depending on your adaptability to flames. However, flames are the partners of the Mother of Dragons. They will not harm your body. 2. Dragon hatching, bestow flames and spirituality to the dragon egg. Thus, the dragon egg that retains the origin of the soul will be fossilized, the dead dragon egg, and the healthy dragon egg will hatch into a young dragon. 3. Dragon dream, you and the dragon are 2 parts of the same body. Your soul can fuse seamlessly with the dragon. When you're unconscious, in your sleep, you can resonate with the dragon's soul. P.S. Lastly, she still had a transmigration mission. It was not to restore her country, protect her unborn son, or have a happy ending love story with Joshua. It was only to break the slave chains of the continent of Ursos. At this moment, I have finally become the complete Dani Rhys Targaryen. After lamenting, Dani fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, she was woken up by eerie screams. Khaleesi, are you alright? It's all my fault for sleeping so soundly last night. I didn't even hear your cries for help. Looking at Dani Rhys, whose legs were buried in the soot, the centaur girl was scared to tears. After a moment of confusion, Dani woke up from her sleep. She quickly lifted her legs in front of the little girl. Other than the soot stains on her fair and tender skin, it was still soft and chubby. "What's going on?" Iri asked in shock. "I am the Targaryen of the Born of the Storm. I have the bloodline of the true dragon," Dany said with a straight face. "But your brother." Iri pouted and brought up the true dragon Viserys, who was burned to death by the golden liquid. "You will understand in the future. Help me change." Chapter 7. Unlike modern people who usually stayed up past midnight, Ma Min went to sleep at dusk and woke up before dawn. When Dany Rhys got up, dressed and walked out of the tent, Drogo's khalasar was already boiling. Women were shouting to children, soldiers were giving orders to pull out the tent, horses were neighing, the grayish-black smoke and the steam from the iron pot blurred Dany's vision. The horse meat boiling in the hot water, the fresh and warm horse dung outside the tent, and the broken grass under the horse's hooves mixed together to create a strange and lively atmosphere. According to the yolk-red sun that just emerged from the horizon in the distance, Dany guessed that it was not more than 5:00 in the morning. She did not know if she guessed correctly, because she did not even know the season here. The world of ice and fire did not have fixed seasons. The maxim of the House of Stark, "Winter is coming," was not a joke, but the most severe warning. Here, it was often a season for several years. If the cold winter with no harvest lasted for too long, humans would die of hunger even if they did not freeze to death. Every time there was a long winter, more than half of the Westeros in the northern region would die. If they were even more unlucky, the long night would come, and 90% of the entire continent's population would be wiped out. Breakfast was mutton soup with barley, onions, carrots, turnips, and mutton sprinkled with pepper, saffron, and other seasonings. It was stewed for more than an hour. Long before Dany woke up, her maid had already started cooking. Dany ate a big red copper bowl that was as big as a lunchbox in the canteen. After eating, she was surprised by the appetite of a pregnant woman. Or was it because she had awakened the constitution of the Mother of Dragons and resonated with the soul of the Black Dragon in her dream last night? She was not sure if her constitution had been strengthened, but she was full of energy when she woke up early in the morning. Dany Rhys, who was following behind Drogo's black horse, looked down at the black dragon egg in her arms and thought. Less than half an hour after breakfast, bathed in the golden-red morning light, the huge khalasar slowly moved forward like a dark cloud, leaving a mess behind. It was as if a brown stain was smeared on a green curtain. Cows' hooves pointed in the direction of Colossus' advance. Drogo was even more groggy than the day before. When he woke up in the morning, he did not even recognize Dany. Not to mention mutton porridge, he did not even drink much mare's milk. His once tall and sturdy body was visibly shriveled, and it was almost only his skeletal frame that did not collapse. By noon, the lush green grass and wheat fields of the farmers gradually became sparse, and finally disappeared without a trace. Instead, they were replaced by low hills and yellow-brown gravel. The merciless blazing sun was like a local tycoon who had suddenly become rich, wantonly releasing light and heat. The ground in front of her formed a distorted air fold in midair. Sweat flowed down from Dany's chest like a thin stream. The only sound left in the world was the steady clatter of the horse's hooves, the soft ringing of the bells in Drogo's hair, and the whispered conversation behind him. Drogo, who was in a daze, lost his sense of direction. He deviated from the Raza River basin and gradually went deeper into the red wastelands in the south. However, the direction in which Khal's horse head was facing was the direction in which the horse people were advancing. The horse people only had breakfast and dinner. If they were hungry at noon, they would gnaw on jerky on the horse's back. The reddish-brown horse jerky was light and thin, and the muscle fibers were clearly visible. It was completely original. It was something that could not be eaten even if you had money in your previous life, but it was so hard that it almost cut Dany's mouth open. She could only suck on a mouthful of mare's milk, puff out her mouth, and wait for the jerky soaked inside to slowly soften. In the end, she actually tasted a strange sweetness. Thud thud thud, the sound of horse hooves approached from afar. Dany looked up. Ge's warhorse stepped out a thin line of reddish-brown smoke and ran from afar to Drogo. Call! Calixi, it's a wasteland ahead. There are no signs of people or danger, but it seems like we're going in the wrong direction, Audiobook said to Danny after glancing hesitantly at Audiobook. The Commissar did not blindly charge forward with call. At every moment, there would be scouts scattered in all directions. While they were scouting the environment, they were also trying to prevent other Commissars from ambushing them. Danny Reese rode her horse to Zhuang's side. Just as she was about to remind him to change the route, her pupils suddenly contracted. She pulled the reins and made the little silver horse turn in a circle. During that time, Danny Reese looked at the situation around her. The horse people were struggling to move forward in a dark red desert. She immediately had an idea. Don't ask anything. Continue forward. Go ahead and find a suitable place to set up camp. After Audiobook left, Danny Reese looked at Audiobook beside her worriedly. Their conversation was not soft, but he did not react at all. Swarms of bloodflies slowly circled around Audiobook. The buzzing sound of their wings reverberated around Danny's ears. Bloodflies were as big as bees. They were heavy and slightly purple in color. They gave off a sticky and disgusting light. They lived in swamps and dead ponds, feeding on the blood of centaurs and horses. They also laid eggs on rotting corpses and dying animals. Audiobook used to hate them. Every time a fly approached, he would reach out like lightning and grab it. He had never failed before. He would then hold the fly in his large palm and let it buzz wildly. Finally, he would squeeze it tightly. When he opened his hand, the fly would become a red mark on his palm. At this time, a blood fly was crawling around his horse's hip. The horse angrily swung its tail, trying to chase it away. The other flies flew around Audiobook, getting closer and closer. However, the call did not react. His gaze was fixed on the brown hills in the distance. The reins hung loosely in his hands. Later, a blood fly landed on his bare shoulder. Another circled for a moment before stopping on his neck and crawling towards his mouth. Audiobook swayed slightly in his saddle, the bells at his hairline ringing softly. His mount continued forward at a steady pace. Finally, a bold blood fly crawled up his long beard and onto his cheek, stopping in the crease next to his nose. Audiobook swayed in his saddle and slowly leaned over. Danny, who had been watching him, reached out with her left hand like a snake and pulled him back. The swarm of bloodflies was startled. They scattered for a heartbeat before circling back and stopping on him. The next moment, the whispers in the crowd behind them turned into a clamor. All the centaurs were shocked. Call almost fell off his horse. Call who fell off his own horse. Call was the leader of the Commissar. He was the focus of everyone's attention. His actions seemed to be under a magnifying glass. A Dothraki who couldn't ride a horse didn't even have the right to be a normal centaur, let alone the leader of the tribe. Shut up. Call is still on the horse. Danny turned around and yelled. She even let go of Zhuang's right hand after she finished speaking. Audiobook had already woken up from the fright. He could now control the reins. The moon of my life, for the first time in a few days, he consciously looked at Danny. It was also the first time he called out to his lover. Danny Rise felt awkward for a moment. She searched her memories and said, "My sun and stars, do you want to stop and rest?" Her face must have been twisted at that moment. However, no one paid attention to her expression. Zhuang's blood riders had already rushed over. Blood of my blood. Blood of my blood, how are you? Danny Rise didn't wait for Audiobook to speak. She immediately announced, "Call has orders. It's already late. We'll set up camp here." Here? Hago looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky. It was about 2 or 3 in the afternoon. He then looked around. The plants were withered and brown. It was uninhabitable. He glared with his ferocious triangular eyes. "We can't set up camp here. Women have no right to order us to stop," Kiso said. Even Khaleesi is no exception. It's Khal Drogo's order. Danny Rise faked an imperial edict. Old Blood Rider Kahalo looked at her deeply and said to his 2 companions, find the nearest water source and set up an oval-shaped camp between the Kal's palace and the lake. Kiso was stunned. He then left with Hago. Then, Kahalo began to order people to build Zhuji's grass curtain palace in the shadow of a hill. Soon, news of a stream being found came from the front. The large group of people passed by Danny Rise and continued to move toward the water source. "Save me, water. I want to drink water, save me." A faint cry for help came from a wooden carriage passing by. The voice was weak, but it gave Danny a sense of familiarity. Silver-haired Rise. After returning last night, she had heard about Rise from Doriana. Like Doriana, she was a prostitute that Illyrio had bought from Reese. She was a gift from Drogo to Jacko when he got married. However, Doriana was the current top prostitute. Rise was almost 30 years old and could only be considered the former top prostitute. Now, she was lying alone on the rattling wooden carriage. Blood dripped from her lower body and soaked her dress. One of her golden sandals had fallen off. Her pale calf swayed unconsciously with the shaking carriage. "Wait." Danny Rise stopped the woman driving the carriage. Covering her nose to cover the pungent smell of blood, she asked, "What's wrong with her? Why aren't you treating her? Where's her maid? She keeps asking for water. Didn't you hear her?" "Khaleesi," Madame Rise fell off the horse. The black woman looked hesitant. She did not know how to continue. This. Danny Rise was stunned. Did Rise really try to ride a horse today because of what she had said to provoke her yesterday? In fact, even the bravest Dothraki woman could not continue to travel long distances on a horse when she was close to giving birth. Therefore, in the tradition of the horse people, pregnant women would not be discriminated against in carriages. Danny Rise was a special case. She had always had Long Meng's help to heal her body. Her skin was a mess. Seeing that Danny Rise was still looking at her, the woman continued in an ambiguous tone. Because of her inappropriate words, Jacko stripped her of her status as his wife. Now, she is just like me, a slave. Naturally, she has no maid. The hairless people also do not know how to treat slaves. What did she say? Danny Rise asked. In fact, she had some guesses in her heart. Before the skinny black woman could reply, Rise on the wooden carriage groaned in a daze, "My child, call Jacko's son. Save him. He is the future Khal of the Jacko tribe. I am Khaleesi. Save me." Is this woman really from a brothel? Why is she so unsophisticated? The black slave immediately fell to the ground in fear. His numb face was filled with fear. "Spare me, Khaleesi. I will drag her out and feed her to the dogs." "Feed the dogs?" Danny Rise asked in disbelief. "Jacko asked me to drag her to the outskirts of Khaleesi and feed her to the wild dogs," the woman said. "Is Jacko crazy? She is pregnant with his child. She can't give birth." The black slave pointed at Rise's slightly deformed belly and explained, "She fell off the horse in the morning. Jacko originally sent the hairless people to take care of her, but she kept bleeding. The doctor also said that she could not be saved. But she insisted on not dying. She kept saying some outrageous things." Chapter 8. Lilith fell off her horse, but the fall was not serious. She was riding a short filly like Danny, but she was going into premature labor. Premature labor was not a big deal, and the due date was only a few days away. The key was that the fall had caused the fetus to be in the wrong position, and the fetus would be stuck in the womb. The Dothraki hairless men were blessed by the horse god for the most common knife wounds, and they had given Lilith a death sentence. "Send her to my palace." Danny's violet eyes flashed with a dark light, and she turned to the maid behind her. "Iri, get someone to isolate a corner of the palace, and do not disturb the call." Drogo's grass curtain palace had to accommodate the daily meetings of the Khalasar leader. It was 200 square meters wide, and there was enough space for a pregnant woman. The black slave woman and the centaurs were not surprised by Khaleesi's actions. Danny Lilith had offended a group of Dothraki warriors in order to save a shepherd woman who had been raped. Lilith was one of the centaurs after all. Well, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, if you marry a horse, follow the horse. She made a mistake and said something she should not have said, and she should be punished, but she has also bred a new seed for the Khalasar. Tell Jake that if this woman gives birth to a strong boy, her crime will be forgiven, but if it is a girl, I will give her 20 lashes and demote her to a slave. The slave woman received Calixi's orders and hurriedly went to report to Jake. Danny Lilith had just returned to the tent when Sir Yora asked her to dismiss the maids and servants, and said with a serious expression, "There are rumors everywhere, all of the Khalasar." Khal Drogo fell off his own horse. "He did not," retorted Danny. "Because you supported him, I saw it, his blood riders saw it, and the Khalasar behind you all saw it." His bear-like face was covered in sweat. "You know his situation better than I do. Even if he can fool them today, what about tomorrow, or the day after? Soon he won't even be able to climb onto the horse, and then a Khal who could not ride a horse would not have the ability to rule, and Calixi who was alive and kicking, as wise as Juga, was also useless. I've already made my decision. Don't bring up the idea of escaping again. Leaving will only lead to death." Pausing for a moment, she looked straight into Korra's eyes. "Sir, you are my knight of oaths. I hope you can keep me safe in the upcoming turmoil. There is no doubt about that. Before I lose my life, no one will harm you." Jorah Mormont nodded solemnly and made a promise. "But, if we lose Drogo, his Khalasar will immediately fall into chaos. If I'm alone, I'm afraid, don't worry, my Khas tribe will cooperate with you." Danny looked him up and down. He was wearing a bleached Dothraki vest, and his bare skin was red from the sun. He was wearing loose striped sand silk trousers, and riding sandals that were tied to his knees and exposed his toes. His sword was hanging from a zigzag horsehair belt. Other than the braids without bells, he was completely dressed like a centaur. "From now on, you must wear the knight's armor," she said. "Yes, I understand." The big bear nodded in agreement. Lilith's scattered cries for help came from the innermost corner of the straw curtain palace. Danny Lilith sent the big bear to change his equipment. She lifted the cowhide curtain and went outside the house. On the hill next to the straw curtain palace, Kahalo stood high above. He shouted with a serious expression and commanded the tribe to set up camp. It was obvious that he was worried about Drogo's injury and was in a bad mood. Danny waved him down and said, "Kahalo, go and find Millie Maz witch." He spat. "I won't do it. Khaleesi, you have no right to order me." Although Danny Lilith had saved Millie Maz, her status as a slave did not change. She should be with the other sheep people in the long line of slaves. For Lilith, "Our hairless people can't heal her. Why don't we let Millie Maz try?" she told him. Kahalo stared at her from his horse. His eyes were as hard as flint. "Witches are women who sleep with demons. They are evil, cruel, and soulless. They perform the darkest and most terrible witchcraft. At night, they will look for men and drain their energy until they die. Trusting them is the stupidest thing in the world. Fear the ghosts and avoid them." The Dothraki were not proficient in black magic, but they had developed a smart and applicable tradition over thousands of years of life evolution. If it was not for Danny Lilith, an outsider, who intervened, Drogo might not have died of inflammation in his wound. Danny touched her belly and advised, "I don't trust her, but if she can save Lilith from a difficult birth, won't the safety of the child in my belly be more assured?" The old Allblood's mouth opened and closed. He looked at her with pity and left without saying anything. He thought she did not know about the Dothraki tradition. Danny Lilith's eyes were deep as she watched the old man's figure disappear into the yurts. She turned to call for Aloy, the first woman Danny rescued outside the mud wall of the town of Sheep People, a shy sheep girl. After bathing and changing clothes, Danny sat quietly beside the bonfire in the center of the camp. The flames were blazing and the heat was overwhelming. The maids could not stand it and were all sent away by her. It was afternoon, the sun was high in the sky, and the weather was unbearably hot. After a while, Kahalo carried the short sheep witch in his hand and strode in. Millie Mazter's clothes were tattered, her face was swollen, blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, and one of her front teeth was missing. It was obvious that she had been beaten up before she came. After instructing Sir Yora not to let anyone in, she handed Millie Mazter a cup of mare's milk and asked, "You said before that you are proficient in the art of childbirth?" Millie Mazter wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and took the cowhorn cup. She gulped it down before she panted and said, "Mistress Silver, my mother was a former priestess. She taught me songs and spells to please the High Shepherd God, as well as how to make holy smoke and holy ointment with leaves, roots, and berries. When I was young and beautiful, I followed a caravan to Asha by the shadow and asked for advice from their magicians. Ships from countless countries gathered in Asha, so I stayed there for a long time to learn the medical skills of the foreign people. A moon singer from Jujesnai taught me her song of childbirth, and a woman from your writing people taught me the magic of grass, corn, and horses. There was also a scholar Marwin from the Sunset Land, Westeros. He cut open corpses and told me all the secrets buried under the skin. He was a sea turtle who had studied abroad and had obtained several doctorates in medicine." Millie looked at Zhuogu on the bed 20 feet away and explained helplessly, "I am proficient in many medical skills, but Zhuogu gave up on my ointment 7 days ago." Danny Lilith interrupted her and pointed to the screen in the corner of the room. "There is a pregnant woman who fell off a horse. She is the one you are treating today. The other Mistress Silver." Millie Mazter seemed to have heard about Lilith as well. She raised her head and pointed at Zhuogu on the bed with her chin and asked, "Do we not need to treat this great warrior on horseback immediately?" Danny Lilith looked down and stroked her belly. "Don't worry about the call. My child is about to be born. You must use Lilith to prove your ability in obstetrics and gynecology." "As you wish, Mistress Silver," the witch answered honestly. In order to avoid affecting Zhuogu, the straw bed where Lilith was placed was separated from the main body of the palace. In other words, a small straw curtain room with a door was built next to the hall. She did not need to pass by the Khaal's bed. Separated by a thick straw curtain, there was also a wooden screen from the Midsummer Islands. There were hundreds of lifelike and colorful carvings of rare birds and beasts on it. It was a gift from the Trade Federation to Zhuogu. Millie Mazter began to sing a strange song in a language that Danny had never heard before. It was soft and melodious, like a girl's song, but also like a passionate poem. Was it the childbirth song taught to her by the moon singer of Juxne? Or was it the sorcerer's spell of Shadow Yasha? As the song entered her ears, Danny checked the items around her again. The black dragon egg, the crossbow with a taut bowstring loaded with a metal-tipped arrow, Zhuoji's dragon bone dagger, the needle and thread for sewing wounds from the hairless people, poppy wine, and a large piece of cotton cloth that was boiled in water and dried under the scorching sun. The poppy wine was rubbed on her belly. It felt cool. She bit a piece of cork with her teeth. The dagger cutting her belly did not seem to hurt that much. At least it was much easier than grilling a beauty's leg on charcoal last night. "Dragon baby, you are the pinnacle of the world's power. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been revived with your arrival. You are the god of this world. I need you to give me strength." Sticky blood stained the blanket under her. Danny's face was pale. Her forehead was covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. She seemed to be in a daze. The piece of cork in her mouth fell from her open mouth. Suddenly, the warm fossilized dragon egg between her knees became as hot as charcoal. The stimulation of the heat cleared her mind like never before. Under normal circumstances in modern hospitals, a cesarean section would take about half an hour. This included the anesthetic process in the early stage. Danny was in a daze for about 20 minutes. Then, a bloody baby boy appeared in her arms. Covering his bloody mouth, Danny steeled her heart and poured a small glass of poppy wine into his mouth. "Riding the horse of the world, a little anesthetic won't hurt you," Danny whispered to him. The little guy fell asleep. He hugged the white dragon egg with both hands. The dragon egg was boiling hot. Another 15 minutes passed. The witch next door was still singing. Dani held the black dragon egg in her left hand and wiped the blood on her body with her free right hand. Then, she threw all the blood-stained cotton cloth and blanket into the burning firewood beside her. "Thank you, dragon baby." Dani caressed the fine scales on the dragon egg lovingly. Her heart was filled with gratitude and love. Just like how Bran and Stark could feel the emotions of Summer, his direwolf's name, at any time, she also had the closest soul bond with the black dragon when she was on the verge of death. Daenerys could now control the process of entering the dragon dream. Chapter 9. A loud noise came from outside the tent. Daenerys, who was sitting cross-legged in the fire with the black dragon egg in her arms, opened her eyes in frustration. She was disinfecting herself. A temperature of more than 1,000 degrees Celsius was more effective than any antibiotics or penicillin. Well, it was cleaner and had no side effects. Clenching her fist, Dani Rise felt lighter and stronger than before. She stepped out of the fire and washed the stains on her body with boiling water. She picked up the down bundle that she had prepared earlier, which was made of duck feather pillows. Soon, Dani Rise, who looked exactly the same as before, lifted the cowhide curtain with difficulty and walked out with her big belly. The scorching sun was setting in the west, dragging a long shadow behind the hills. The weather was hot and windless, and a group of Dothraki warriors were hiding in the shadows of the hills. Outside Drogo's straw palace, a circle of guards stood like javelins. Ser Jorah was like a tin can, placed 3 meters outside the camp gate. He was arguing with a Dothraki. The man pointed his scimitar at him and scolded, "Coward, the cowardly Undulls have retreated back into the tin." Undulls was the name the horse people gave to Jorah Mormont. The story of A Song of Ice and Fire had 3 storylines: the Great Wall of the northern region of the Westeros, the biting cold wind, the threat of the other to the entire human race, King's Landing, the capital of the Westeros, the game of power, Ursos, the 9 free trade city-states, Dani Rise's slave liberation. In other words, the core of the plot was located in the Westeros. The continent of Westeros was made up of 4 races: 1. The Aboriginals, the children of the forest, giants, and other fantasy races. They had a history of millions of years, knew magic and used stone tools, and were completely primitive. Now, they mostly lived north of the Great Wall. 2. The ancestors, the Aboriginals who migrated from Ursos 12,000 years ago. They were the first generation of invaders, the descendants of the ancestors in the northern region and north of the Great Wall. 3. The Undulls were invaders from the continent of Ursos 8,000 years ago. They brought the Iron Civilization and the faith of the 7 gods. 4th, the Loinans, who came to Valeglia 1,000 years ago to hide from the dragon and magic civilization, super civilization, similar to Atlantis. They did not have a civilization of a higher level, so they could not invade the Westeros, who had developed a civilization of knights. They could only choose to integrate with the relatively desolate Dorne, the southernmost Westeros, the desert and the Gobi. Therefore, the title of the king of the Westeros is King of the Undulls, the Loiner, and the First Men. Jorah Mormont was the Count of Bear Island in the northern region. He should belong to the ancestors and not the Undulls. However, the Knight civilization was started by the Undulls, and Knights were almost the main impression the other races had of the warriors from the Sunset Continent. Korra was even dressed as a knight. Alright, Korra might not even be a knight. Knights originated from a type of belief the 7 gods had anointed them with holy oil, and they had been sworn by another regular knight. Jorah Mormont, the Count of the northern region, the First Men, believed in the old gods and not the 7 gods. He had received complete knight training, a set of knight armor, and a warhorse, but he might not be a knight. For example, the House of Stark in Winterfell, from Duke Ned down, none of them were regular knights. The primitive tribe on horseback, the Dothraki, thought that those who wore iron armor were cowards. Wearing iron armor equals being afraid of death equals being cowards, that was probably their logic. When the centaur saw Dani walking out of the tent, not only did he not restrain himself, he laughed even harder. Korra pressed his sword with his left hand and pointed at the Dothraki warrior with his right hand. He scolded back unceremoniously, "You primitive trash, horse bastard, you don't know anything. My plate armor can be exchanged for 100 of your dog heads." Sometimes he cursed in Dothraki, directed at the centaur himself, and sometimes he cursed in the common tongue of Westeros, with a northern accent, venting his anger at the Dothraki race as a whole. He spat out all sorts of profanities, none of which the others could understand. Because he had been wary of the centaur warrior, he immediately noticed the change in the centaur warrior's gaze. He turned back to glance at Dany and Rhys, and guessed that he had completed his guard duty for the day. He pulled out his two-handed sword and rushed towards the centaur warrior. The centaur warrior had been waiting for him. He did not attack earlier because this was Cow's tent, and if he dared to barge in, he would be shot by the guards like a porcupine. The centaur warrior that Dany thought was a small fry was so fast that her eyes could not keep up with him. His Arak scimitar danced in the air, forming a curtain of silver blades. Korra was wearing a full body armor made of dark gray fine steel. The huge helmet was pulled down, revealing only the two slits of his face. Below that was a throat guard, knee guard, gauntlets, and long boots. They were all shining with a metallic luster. Even though he was wearing such a heavy armor, his movements were not slow at all. His two-handed sword was swung like a fan, ping ping bang bang bang, the two of them exchanged blows. The sound of swords clashing was as dense as the sound of raindrops on a banana leaf in front of the window. Yellow sparks could be seen flickering between the swords and Ser Korra's armor, like fireflies dancing around Korra. The entire process seemed long, but in reality, Korra took 3 steps back in an instant. He held onto his sword with both hands, and the sound of heavy panting traveled into Dany's ears from below the helmet. The centaur warrior fell onto the red sandy ground, his forelimbs struggling as he groaned in pain. Dark red blood flowed out from his chest, but it was quickly swallowed by the cracked earth, like a gluttonous demon. Dany estimated that Korra had been stabbed at least 3 times in the 4 to 5 seconds of battle, but he was completely fine. Perhaps there were fresh dents on his steel breastplate. The centaur warrior had the upper hand all along, but at the last moment, his breathing slowed down and he was stabbed in the chest. "Khaleesi!" Korra and his Karst bodyguards greeted her one by one. The centaurs in the shadows pointed at Dany with a relaxed expression. They had also mocked the cowardice of the Undulls just now. Now, their comrade was struggling on the ground, about to bleed to death, but they seemed to think that he deserved it. They did not care or sympathize with him at all. "Khaleesi, you left the witch alone in the Khale's palace." Kahalo rode over and criticized angrily. "She's not with the Khale. She's helping Lilith with her labor. Didn't you hear her labor song?" As she said that, she instructed Aggo to lift the grass curtain outside the labor room. The scene inside was immediately revealed to everyone. Millie Mazter was singing a mellow ballad of the land of moon shadow while caressing Lilith's swollen and glistening belly. It seemed that she was helping Lilith to adjust the position of the fetus. On the simple bed made of rushes, the pregnant woman's square face was as white as wax. The hair on both sides of her temples was wet and her teeth were clenched tightly. The veins on her cheeks were bulging. She was moaning in pain and the faint smell of blood passed through the curtain and hit the onlookers in the face. Half an hour was more than enough for a cesarean section, and 4 to 5 hours was not considered long for a normal labor, especially if it was a difficult labor. The witch had been singing for more than an hour and her voice was a little hoarse. When she saw the grass curtain lifted and everyone looked over, she shook her head at Dany who was 30 feet away. She did not stop singing the labor song and hurriedly reached out to close the curtain again. Seeing that the witch did not use black magic, everyone quickly turned their attention away and continued with their own business. "Water, water." The Dothraki warrior who was lying on the ground and waiting for death begged for water. Dany walked over and threw a bag of mare's milk on the ground. She then instructed the Maidiri to remove his painted vest. She remembered that she was a pregnant woman with limited mobility and could not lower her head to feed him water, let alone squat down to check his injuries. His sternum blocked the sword and did not hurt his organs. Dany Rhys looked and ordered, "Eerie, go and press that cotton cloth on the wound to stop the bleeding." Chui Luo, call the hairless man over and stitch his wound up. Khaleesi, he has failed in his challenge against the Undulls. He should accept his fate. Do not move him, and do not treat him. Whether he lives or dies will be decided by the horse god in heaven. Everyone knows this. Everyone knows this, the Maid Eyrie replied. Everyone knows this, Jogo agreed. Dany glared at Shui Luo and said unhappily, do you want everyone to know that you disobeyed Khaleesi's orders? Shui Luo also widened his almond-shaped eyes. Seeing the determination in Dany's eyes, he muttered something indecipherable and rode away. The sun was like an injured animal, spilling blood on the barren land and falling below the horizon. Millie Maz-Tur, who had studied in many countries and received many medical diplomas, really impressed Dany Rise. Before nightfall, the first child was born. It was a silver-haired boy with the bronze skin of the Dothraki, almond-shaped eyes, and light purple pupils. Dany Rise crossed the wooden screen of beasts and used a dagger to cut open the thick grass curtain. She took the naked baby from the witch's hands through the gap. Khaleesi, it's a twin. There's another one, Millie Maz-Tur said in a hoarse voice. Continue. Dany dawdled for almost 2 minutes before turning around the screen. Wash him with hot water. When they reached the hall, she wrapped the baby in a woolen blanket and handed it to Jiki. When the second child was born, Jacko also came to Drogo's grass curtain palace. Ha ha ha, a boy and a girl. The boy is big and the girl is petite, symbolizing the sun and the stars. This is an auspicious sign given to me by the horse god in heaven. Jacko was in high spirits, holding a baby in each hand. The boy in his left hand was facing the sun that was about to disappear from the horizon, while the girl in his right hand was facing the star of the horse god in the dark purple sky in the east. The string of bells tied to his beard jingled with ambition. Watching Jacko and the others leave happily with the children and Lilith, the witch, who had just finished washing herself in a small tent, muttered in confusion, how can he tell that the boy is bigger? Aren't they about the same size? These stupid centaurs are so strange. Shaking her head, Millie turned and walked toward Drogo's grass curtain palace. Having proved her ability perfectly, she had obtained the right to become Khaleesi's valet. Before Khaleesi's child was born, she had to follow Khaleesi's little Cass and could not leave without permission. Chapter 10. Drogo's Khalasar had stayed in this desolate desert for 2 days. The news of Khal's death was constantly spreading in the tribe. It was not a rumor because everyone knew that Khal Drogo was so sick that he could not even get on the horse. Therefore, without Khal Drogo's leadership, the Khalasar could not move. That night, Millie Maz-Tur announced with an ashen face, Khal's wounds are festering and no healer can save him. The only thing left is to guide him on the dark path and let him ride painlessly into the kingdom of the night. Dany Rise pretended to be heartbroken and begged her to save her sun and stars. Millie Maz-Tur looked at Dany and her bulging belly with her dark eyes. Her voice was strangely quiet, almost like she was talking in her sleep. There is indeed another way, a type of magic. But this magic is not only difficult to cast, it is also very dark. For some people, death is easier. I learned this magic in Asha and paid a terrible price for it. My teacher came from the Shadowlands. Blood Witch. She softly spat out a word, and for the first time, openly revealed her identity witch. She had always denied her identity as a witch and only said that she was a doctor and a priestess. Her voice seemed to have some kind of dark magic. Dany, who was being roasted by the fire, suddenly felt that her neck was being strangled by a cold and sticky tentacle. She could not breathe, her brain was lacking oxygen, and her thoughts were blurry. She heard herself say in a daze, "Do it, save." Scalding lava suddenly gushed out from her lower abdomen. The intense heat stimulated her nerves and woke her up instantly. The dragon egg was hidden in her belly. She suppressed the shock in her heart and showed a hesitant expression. Khal's blood guards will not agree. Is there no other way? The witch was startled and shook her head. No. Dany pursed her lips and looked straight into her eyes. She said coldly, "You admit that you are a witch? Is that so? Millie Mazter seemed to be fearless. She smiled and said, Silver Lady, only a witch can save your warrior now. And you have to pay a price. Danny looked at the unconscious Zhuogu and asked, What do you want? Gold, horses. The witch interrupted her bluntly, This is not about gold or horses, madam. This is blood magic. Only death can be exchanged for life. Death? You want my life? The witch assured her, It's not your death, Calixie. Her gaze swept towards Danny's lower abdomen from time to time, her eyes dark and vicious. Danny Lissa decided not to waste any more time with her and asked directly, Whose death can awaken my sun and stars? It can't be his steed, right? Silver Lady, you are very courageous, daring to face the cruelest reality. You should have guessed it already. The equivalent exchange of blood magic, using the life of a noble Khal in exchange for the new life of another great king of horse from the god of night. Millie Mazter smiled and pointed at Danny's lower abdomen, like an evil spirit from hell eyeing the food that was sacrificed by the unclean. Khal Zhuogu is not only your sun and stars, he is also the guarantee of your safety. As long as your husband survives, there will be a large group of children waiting for you to raise in the future. Perhaps, like the Silver Lady, you will give birth to twins that represent the sun and stars. Danny's expression changed. She picked up the teapot in front of her and smashed it. Bang! The witch did not expect such a reaction. Her forehead was hit, and blood mixed with milky white horse milk flowed down her cheeks. Adger, Ricardo, drag the witch away, gag her and tie her up. She ordered the guards on duty outside the house loudly. 2 days and 1 night passed. Zhuoji's Khalasar was on the verge of collapse. Every night, Danny could hear the cries of Irachiki and the other maids. This morning, she saw bruises on Doria's chest, abdomen, and thighs. It was Kiso and Hago who did it. The Khal's blood riders could share everything other than his mount. Zhuogu did not allow them to touch Danny, but they had been taking all of Danny's maids. They had not been so overboard before, but now, everyone knows that the Khal is about to die. According to Dothraki customs, his blood riders will live and die with him. Kiso and the others saw that their lives were coming to an end, which is why they became so deranged. The dead have nothing to worry about, Sir Yora told her with a tired expression. He had been the one who had suffered the most in the past 2 days. He had not taken off his heavy armor from the moment he put it on. During the day, he stood guard outside the door, and at night, he propped up a chair at the door, a gleaming sword across his knees. And this place is barren. The stream 3 miles away has almost been drained dry by the horses. Most importantly, there is no pasture. The livestock can't hold on any longer. Yora rubbed his dim eyes and said with some despair, The Dothraki will definitely not watch their horses starve or die of thirst. Soon, they will make a move. If not tonight, it will be tomorrow. I did it on purpose. I deliberately watched Zhuogu go in the wrong direction. I deliberately chose this barren land that could not sustain the existence of the huge Khalasar for long. Because I hoped that when the Khalasars could not hold on any longer, they would lead their respective Khalasars and disperse on their own. I must not let an ambitious person fight for the Khal's position near my little Khalasar. Otherwise, her Khalasar tribe would not be able to survive in the chaos. As a Khaleesi, her life might not be guaranteed. Feeling that the final moment had come, she said to the haggard knight with dark circles around his eyes, I think I will give birth tonight. Go and get Millie Mazter here. Pain flashed in Sir Yora's eyes. He wanted to tell his princess, in this situation, you must not have any expectations for the child. Otherwise, you will not be able to withstand the huge blow that will inevitably come. Khaleesi, didn't you say that she wanted to sacrifice your child? He said with a hoarse voice. Don't worry. She only needs to sing the birthing song. I won't let her get close to my body, Danny comforted him. The witch had been locked in a small tent nearby for the past 2 days. Other than her hair and clothes being a little messy, she was in good spirits. I heard the whispers of the warriors on horseback. Your husband's tribe is about to crumble. Only his return from the darkness can change all of this. Your fate, and the fate of your future children. She tried to persuade Danny calmly. My stomach hurts. I'm about to give birth. Help me give birth to the child first. Danny lay on the blanket. She was drenched in sweat, as if she had just taken a hot bath with her clothes on. I'll help you. Millie Mazter paused and was about to walk to Danny's bed. Wait. Danny gestured for Erie to stop her. I'm having a natural birth. Just sing the birthing song through the screen. Then she said sternly to the handmaiden, Erie, you stand guard outside. If she acts strangely, shoot her dead with a crossbow. You don't trust me? The witch's face darkened. Yes. At least until my son is safely born, I won't trust you again. You should know why. Danny glared at her. Millie Mazter's face was wooden as she thought to herself, should I let her give birth to the child? No matter what, her son, who was prophesied to ride the steed of the world, was dead meat. He would die at the hands of the new centaur Khal, or be sacrificed to the devil in the shadows. Why didn't this silver-haired woman break down as expected? The seductive black witchcraft she had mixed into her words last time didn't work either. She couldn't accept it if she couldn't personally grant her the cruelest revenge. No matter what she thought, Millie Mazter could only obediently sing the birthing song in the face of the Dothraki handmaiden who was glaring at her with a crossbow raised. The birth was unexpectedly smooth this time. Danny only had to howl for half an hour before the soft cries of a baby sounded from behind the wooden screen. Don't move. Erie warned loudly. The witch stopped in her tracks and turned to the handmaiden. Your Khaleesi needs me. There will be more complicated work to do after the child is born. In fact, she didn't have any other thoughts at the moment. She only felt that today's birthing process was very strange and wanted to see it with her own eyes. Stop, don't move. Erie held the crossbow, unmoved. Danny said weakly from inside, Erie, let Jichi and Doria in. Millie Mazter has proven her loyalty. Take her back to the tent and don't tie her up again. Give her some wine and meat. Very strange. That silver-haired woman is up to something. The witch was completely sure, but she just couldn't figure out what she had done or what she was going to do. Erie, Jichi, and Doria had never given birth before, nor had they learned the art of childbirth. They only thought that everything was the effect of Millie Mazter's miraculous birthing song. Even Sir Jorah and the others outside thought so. After all, a few days ago, everyone saw with their own eyes that the witch had helped the dying Lilith give birth to a pair of auspicious children. Before that, all the hairless people were 100% sure that Lilith, who had fallen off the horse, was beyond saving. From this, it could be seen that Millie Mazter was no ordinary witch doctor who helped with childbirth. With her help, it was perfectly normal for the Khaleesi to successfully give birth to a son. When Sir Jorah, Kaholo, Kiso, and Hago, the three blood riders, were brought into the straw curtain palace, they naturally thought that the skinny baby in Danny's arms was their Khal's son. My son and star, you're blood of my blood. He's dying. Danny lowered her head and played with the baby's sparse black hair as she said nonchalantly. Woman, Dothraki is different from your Sunset Nation. The wise old man Kaholo thought that he had seen through Danny's absurd ambition of ruling from behind a curtain, so he mocked her without holding back. Ever since the birth of the Zegung Lake, the centaurs have never had a baby Khal. In fact, if the Khal's adult son is not the strongest warrior in Khalasar, he might not be able to inherit his father's position as Khal. At this moment, they did not even call her Khaleesi anymore. Just like what Sir Jorah had said, when Khal Drogo was alive, she was the Khaleesi of the 100,000 centaurs. After his death, she was nothing. Danny Lilith said to them, I have already accepted my fate, the Dash Khaleesi of Ves Dothraki. However, as my husband's blood of my blood, this child is his continuation, and also your bloodline. I hope that one or several of you brave warriors can run through the night and bring my leg, Danny Lilith's son's name, decided on the day she was pregnant, to the north. V's Dothraki under the Mother of God mountain is a holy land for the centaurs who do not show their weapons, do not stain their hands with blood, set aside their disputes and give up their hatred. Find the old Dosh Khaleesi who predicted that I would give birth to the steed of the world and ask her to take back her prophecy about Leg. Also, ask her to take Leg as her servant for life. If the above request is fulfilled, I will swear on behalf of Leg as the Princess of Dragonstone Island, Stormborn, that I will forever give up my pursuit of the inheritance of his father, Khal Drogo. Chapter 11. The night Dany gave birth to Leg, there was a riot in Drogo's Khalasar that affected the entire camp, but it was not caused by Kahalo. Yes, the old Blood Rider was moved by Dany's words. He led the 500 elite riders of Drogo's cause and quietly bypassed the camp's defense team, rushing north through the night. They took advantage of the chaos last night, but they were not the cause of the chaos. During the chaos last night, the entire camp was filled with shouting and horses neighing. Torches were like stars in the sky, covering the land as far as the eye could see. Ser Jorah strictly prohibited anyone from entering or leaving, and even led a team to kill 17 centaurs who tried to break into Drogo's straw curtain palace. It was not until the next morning that Aggo heard the definite news from the smoky ruins of the camp. Pinocchio had left Drogo's Khalasar with 20,000 Dothraki roaring warriors. The chaos came from the conflict between those who tried to stop them. Pinocchio seemed to be well behaved these days, but he had been secretly contacting the leaders of the small cause. While the other bandits were still staring at Drogo's straw curtain palace, he had already thought, no matter when Drogo died, the strongest army would always be king. Drogo's Khalasar was the strongest in the Sea of Grass, with more than 40,000 roaring warriors. Including the young knights, there were more than 50,000 soldiers who could fight. Pinocchio took 20,000 roaring warriors with him, but the remaining 20,000 had to be divided among a dozen other bandits. In just one night, Khal Pinocchio became one of the strongest Khals in the Dothraki Sea. The chaos caused by Pinocchio's departure was just the beginning. The collapse of Drogo's Khalasar had begun. Over the next 2 days, more than 10 bandits came one after another to divide the remaining men, wealth, slaves and livestock. On the 4th day, Dany stood on the hill and looked around. The Khalasar that had once been like a brown carpet covering the red land was now folding in half, until only a small part of the cause was left, like a stain on the red floor. The Dothraki had to leave the land immediately, or they would die. Without water and horse grass, the nomadic centaurs could not survive. Everything was as Dany had expected. No, she had missed something. The Dothraki valued the prophecy of the Doshi Kalian more than she had expected. Dosh Kalian, the widowed Khaleesi, the wise woman of the Dothraki, the manager of Horse King City, the priestess of Mount Our Lady, the creator of the Khalasar operation in the Sea of Grass. Tut, tut, tut. On the evening of the 4th day, with the huge red setting sun as the background, 1,000 elite cavalrymen galloped over from afar. It was Giacomo. Outside the wooden fence outside the grass curtain palace, Ser Jorah led more than 100 Slake knights. Their sharp blades were unsheathed, and they were ready for battle. Nay, the front hooves of Jakku's warhorse were raised high. The incoming sandstorm made Korra squint slightly. Since you've already left, why did you come back? Korra's muffled voice came from under the helmet. Boom! Jake didn't say a word. He just threw a black thing, a bloody head in Dany's direction. It rolled a few times under Dany's feet. She saw an old scarred face. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was wide open. He seemed to be complaining about the unfairness of fate. No, the Dothraki warriors wouldn't complain. Even in the face of the most tragic fate, they would still let out battle cries. That was why Kaholo was still shouting unyieldingly before he died. Boom, 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 one by one, the horses and the riders turned in an arc and left bloody heads in front of the tents expressionlessly. Soon, the heads piled up into a small hill. 4 days ago, Kaholo took away 500 elite cavalrymen. 4 days later, under the blood-red setting sun, Khal Jakku brought back 500 bloody heads. Where's my son? Dany Rise lowered her gaze and asked in a hoarse voice. Kaljaku waved at a knight behind him. The Dothraki passed him a 4-meter-long wooden pole. He raised the pole high so that everyone could see it. Ah! Iri, Doria and a few other maids cried out in despair. The pole was thin, and a small human head was strung on top of it. It was the size of a cantaloupe. It had bronze skin like the Dothrakis, black hair like Drogo's, and light purple pupils in its almond-shaped eyes. Why? Dany's face was pale. She was on the verge of collapsing. She looked at Jake coldly. Didn't Kaholo tell you about my vow? I only want this child to live a peaceful life. The old Dothraki Kareen will bear witness to my vow. He's no threat to you. Jake grinned. His smile was ferocious. Killing the son of the previous Kal is a horse people's tradition. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows, his subordinates replied in unison. Your vow, the agreement you'll make with the Dosh Kaling. Kahalo told us all about it, but that's not our tradition. The great horsemen don't like that. Everyone knows that, Jake said with a laugh. Everyone knows, his subordinates replied in unison again. Us? Dany thought for a moment and asked, you're almost a day's ride behind Kaholo. That's at least 300 kilometers. There's no way you can catch up to him. Did Bono attack? From the beginning to the end, Kaholo's team couldn't escape that cunning bastard Bono's pursuit. Later on, we all joined in. But I was even luckier. I just happened to meet Kaholo's remaining troops. Ha ha ha. Jake raised his head and laughed proudly. The pole in his hand was like a banner of victory. He waved it proudly. As expected of Drogo's strongest guards, 500 of them charged left and right and killed about 3,000 of us. In the end, only 13 riders were left. I personally beheaded a Blood Brotherhood guard and a young Khal. He pulled his braids from the back of his head to his chest and pointed at the bells on them. Frowning, he said, although I'm old, young, and weak, I still added 2 bells for myself. After all, I'm now a Khal. A Khal should have a long bell that represents a series of victories. Like the Manchurians in China, the Dothraki wore braids at the back of their heads since they were young. Every time they lost a battle, they would cut off their braids as a sign of dishonor. This way, the whole world would know of their humiliation. When attending a Dothraki banquet, the number of seats would be determined by the length of the braids. Warriors with long braids would receive more respect and would sit closer to the Khal and higher. Those with short braids could only lean against the wall and sit on the tattered seats on the floor. Long braids represented the Dothraki's honor. The number of bells tied to the braids marked the number of victories they had won. Khal Drogo had never lost a battle in his life. His Khalasar was the largest. His braids were thick and long, reaching below his hips. His black braids were full of jingling bells. In the end, there wasn't enough space. His beard was also braided and tied to a string of bells. At this moment, Khal Jocko regarded Kaholo and the baby he was protecting as 2 victories. You'll regret what you did today. Dany was furious. She sentenced Jocko to death in her heart. Jocko, I hope you'll be alive for at least the next 5 years. What are you going to do now? Kill me? Or the Khal you were, she asked coldly. She's not crying. Jocko turned to Margot and muttered, what a cold woman. We've all lost. 4 days ago, when Khalasar fell apart, Margot took advantage of the chaos to kidnap Dany's shepherd maid, Eloy. He raped her a second time and rewarded her to the new Khalasar led by Jocko. He let people take turns riding her. In the end, he cut off the poor maid's head and threw it near Dany's tent. Eloy was stolen from Margot by Dany. He wanted revenge. Half a month ago, during Drogo's attack on the shepherd town, the girl Eloy was captured by Margot and raped in public by the Dothraki. Dany Liz Targaryen happened to be passing by at that time. She had stopped the Dothraki warrior who had tainted Eloy and made him her slave. This was not in line with the traditions of the horsefolk. Even the Khal could not casually take the spoils of war from his subordinates. It was all thanks to Zhuji's prestige and power that Danny suppressed the matter. Margot was a powerful warrior. He was now called Jocko's blood rider. He was the one who came up with the idea of hanging the baby's small head on a wooden pole. He even made a bet with Jocko that Danny would faint from fright. Danny did not cry. She just stared at them with her big purple eyes. They did not expect this at all. They all lost. Woman, I swore at the mother of the mountains that I would never hurt my call. Everyone knows that. Jocko urged his horse forward and shouted at Danny's cars. Everyone knows that, Margot said. Everyone knows that, Jocko's men answered in unison. Jocko continued, Khaleesi, who has lost her call, will never be touched by any Dothraki horse again. She will be sent to Vistothraki and become a Dothraki Khaleesi. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that, Margot shouted from the side. From Danny's cars, Aggo shouted, when the call is buried, we will escort Khaleesi back to Vistothraki. Humph, my Khalasar will wait for you on the north bank of the Raza River. Don't even think about escaping, Jocko said coldly. This place was at the border of the Red Wastes. If they went north, they would return to the Shepherd's scattered settlement. After crossing the Raza River, they would arrive at the boundless Dothraki Sea. As for the south, it was more than 1,000 kilometers of barren Gobi Desert. He looked around at the small camp, the whip in his right hand making a horrifying crack in the air. Now, hand over the belongings that belong to the Khal but no longer belong to you. Slaves, warriors, and livestock have all been taken by them, Sir Jorah said with a frown. Armored man, I want this palace. Jocko pointed at the palace behind Danny with his whip. Only the Khal can live in the Khal's palace. The Dothraki Khaleesi do not need it. Jorah turned back to look at Danny. His right hand was on the hilt of his sword, and his left hand quietly pulled down the visor of his flat iron helmet. Danny shook her head at him. She turned to Kue Luo and ordered, have the woman tear down the tent. Chapter 12. Drogo's grass curtain palace had a few walls made of thick rushes, but the roof and front were made of multiple layers of silk and coarse cotton cloth. When taken apart and folded together, it was enough to fill 10 carts. It was almost worthless in modern society, well, it was still very valuable. There were also dozens of animal skins hanging on it. Golden mink skins, thick bison skins, white lion skins unique to fantasy worlds. It could probably be exchanged for several houses in the third ring of Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. Well, back to the world of ice and fire. The greatest Khal lived in the best palace, and Drogo's grass curtain palace was undoubtedly the best in the Dothraki Sea. Khal, it's getting late. I'm afraid we'll have to set up camp here today. Margot said to Jocko. Jocko thought for a moment, then shouted for Crow and the others to stop. Leave the palace to me. I'm going to entertain the warriors of the Khalasar tonight. Also, I know that Drogo has 10 boxes of gold medals and 50 boxes of silver medals. Hand them over and they'll all be mine. The Dothraki had no monetary system and no monetary trade, but the centaurs were not the only race in this world. The centaurs were not even the strongest race. When they came to the 9 free trade city-states with high walls, deep cities, and tight security, they still had to exchange gifts to get necessities. Gold and silver were hard currencies in the world of ice and fire, and the Dothraki needed them too. They smelted gold, silver, and copper into metals that could be buckled together to form belts. From time to time, the Khal would remove a medal from his waist as a reward and give it to those who had done meritorious service. The strongest Drogo had the strongest Khalasar and the most wealth. Half of the luxurious, grass curtain palace, which was more than 200 square meters, was filled with heavy wooden boxes. Other than clothes and daily items, gold and silver were the majority. You're too late. You're not the only one who covets Khal Drogo's wealth, Jocko interrupted her rudely. Not Ko, I'm Khal Jocko. Danny Rise's eyes were scornful as she continued, to prevent soldiers from breaking into the camp, I had people throw those things out. Anyway, Dosh Kalen has the entire Horse King city to support him. I don't need gold and silver. Really? Jocko was a little angry, but also a little disbelieving, unwilling to believe. We carried the chests and threw them out together. There were 60 chests. Everyone knows that, Sir Chola said. Everyone knows, Agu echoed. Everyone knows, Danny's Cass said nonsensically. Damn it, leave now. Jake waved his whip in exasperation. The Khaleesi's dowry, the Khals' weapons and horses, would not be taken by force. Yes, this was a tradition that all Dothraki knew. There was a 20-square-meter linen tent, and a dozen wooden boxes were piled up in a corner. Most of them were Danny's wedding gifts. When they were carried out of Drogo's palace, Mago dismounted and looked through them. The newly built tents were too small to dig a fire pit, so they could only pull the curtains to the left and right and ignite a raging flame not far from the door. Kiso's gloomy face was illuminated by the dim yellow flames. He had been guarding Drogo's bed, waiting for my blood to rush into the Night Kingdom. Hag was drunk. He lay on the ground with a dispirited look on his face. His dim eyes stared blankly at the top of the tent. We should have left the child by my blood side and waited for the last moment together. Kahalo shouldn't have listened to her, he said vaguely. The tent was too crowded. Danny sat at the entrance and did not answer Hag. She only lowered her head and stuffed cotton wool into a doll with a pale face. The doll was one that she had just sewn with pale yellow silk. It had no head. Jake said that he had thrown the child's torso to the wild dogs. The atmosphere in the camp under the starry sky was oppressive. The space was so quiet that it was almost frozen. Little Cass, who had 100 or 200 people, could only hear the crackling of firewood in the fire. Sir Jorah was still fully armored. He looked at his princess with pity. Several times, he opened his mouth to say something, but it was as if his throat was stuck. He could not say a single word of comfort. Perhaps, thought the knight sadly, no words could lessen the pain of her heart at this moment. Involuntarily, an image of what had happened at the King's Landing appeared in his mind. It was 15 years ago, the night before the Targaryen dynasty was completely destroyed. As the heir to the Earl of Bear Island, he was chosen as the personal bodyguard of Ned Stark, the Duke of Winterfell in the Northern Territory. When he led the army of the Northern Territory and followed Duke Stark into the Red Keep, he saw a similar scene as tonight. The 3-year-old princess was beheaded, and the prince, who was not even a year old, was turned into a pool of blood and paste on the wall. Thud, 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 the sound of horses galloping from afar woke everyone up from their silence. Quello rode his horse to check it out and quickly returned. He reported to Danny and Lilith, Calixi, it's Calixi of Jake. Madam Lilith says she wants to thank you in person. Danny sat cross-legged on the ground. There was a bundle folded with a wool blanket in front of her. She lowered her head and looked at the baby's corpse in the bundle for a while. Then she said with a hoarse voice, "Ask her to come here." "I'm coming." A female voice came from the darkness. Following that, a series of knights holding torches appeared. Without waiting for Danny's order, Lilith's men barged into the small circle. "You." Danny said one word and stopped. The flames danced in the wind, illuminating a smug and mocking smile. Now, even a fool would not think that she came with good intentions. Danny put the cleaned baby's head on the neck of the rag doll and said in a muffled voice, "I saved you. You see, I'm also riding a horse." Lilith pulled the reins awkwardly and made the horse turn in a circle. "A little mare with a silver mane, just like yours." In fact, they were not the same. Danny's little silver horse had shiny silver hair, but Lilith's was white. Unlike the Myrish dress last time, she also did as the Romans did and changed into a painted Dothraki vest. Danny covered the bundle and looked up into Lilith's eyes. She said again, "I saved your life." Lilith pursed her lips and waved behind her. 2 strong Dothraki female riders came over and helped her off the horse. Although she could sit on the back of a horse, Lilith was still in the confinement period. Her limbs were weak and her body was not well. She needed the help of her maids to walk. She could not be compared to Danny, who held the dragon egg dragon dream every day. She staggered to Dany's side and sat cross-legged on the magic carpet on the ground like her. Lilith leaned over to Dany's ear, covered her mouth and whispered, "I hate you." Obviously. Dany nodded seriously. Ha ha ha. She put her hands on both sides and leaned back slightly. Looking at the gem-like stars in the sky, she sighed and said briskly, I'm also a Khaleesi. I have my own little silver horse, my own cause tribe. New, it's them. More importantly, I have a son as strong as a dragon." As she spoke, she exerted force in her hands and leaned forward instead of backward. She lowered her head and lifted the cloth in front of Dany. Tisk, tsk, tsk, what a poor little thing. He's not even half the size of me, Django. Oh, what's below the head? That's right, his original body was eaten by a dog. Hearing this, Dany inexplicably relaxed a lot. The heavy guilt in her heart was pressing down on her until she almost couldn't breathe. "Thank you," she said sincerely. "Thank." Lilith was stunned. "What are you talking about? Are you crazy?" Dany grinned and sneered viciously. "You may be a disgusting bitch, but at least you know to come and visit me. You've exceeded my expectations of you before." "Then how low were your expectations of me before?" Lilith was stunned for a moment before she fully understood what she meant. Her face contorted for a moment. Before she could flip out, Dany immediately warned, "Dothraki cannot hurt the Dosh Khaleesi, or they will be cursed by the horse god. Everyone knows that." She then turned to look at Lilith's maidservant. The Dothraki woman immediately replied, "Everyone knows that." "Everyone knows that," Iri and Jichi also said. "You." Lilith glared at Dany. After a while, she suddenly laughed. "It's okay. I'm a bitch, and you're no better. I saved your life." Dany reminded her for the third time. "I'm grateful, but that's all." Lilith scanned the crowd for a moment and found the witch who was looking over. She pointed at her and sneered. "You saved her too, but she still killed your Khal and child." "I didn't." The witch waved her hands and denied loudly. "Mistress Silver, have you forgotten that I used the Song of Moon to help you give birth?" Lilith didn't want to talk to her at all. She only looked back at Dany with a smile. "Drogo is your man. You know better than anyone how many scars he has. Many of them are more serious than the broken skin on his chest, but he is still the strongest Khal in the Sea of Grass. Even Rhys's brothel has his bloody and deathly reputation." "I believe her," Dany said flatly. She then asked, "Why do you hate me so much?" "Just because you're jealous." "But Khaleesi isn't something to be envied for, is she?" Lilith stroked the silver hair hanging in front of her chest and glared with her lilac eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, "Because I hate being someone else's replacement." "What do you mean?" Dany was confused. There were many silver-haired, purple-eyed women in Ursos. Even Drogo's Khalasar had dozens of them. "I was originally Illyrio's woman. He wanted to fuck you but couldn't break the membrane that belonged to Khal Drogo, so he bought me from Rhys's brothel." Lilith leaned over to Dany's ear and whispered in a venomous voice, "That fat pig, he kept calling out your name when he fucked me." "That's it?" Dany's eyebrows twitched. She didn't seem to care at all. In modern society, which beautiful woman hasn't been lusted after? Do men always look at themselves in the mirror when they get blisters on their hands? The Targaryen family was blessed with beauty genes. Every member of the family was handsome and beautiful. Dany's dead brother, for example, was extremely despicable. His appearance and personality were two extremes. Dany Lilith's appearance was naturally top-notch. More importantly, she was probably blessed with the identity of the last princess. The last princess of the ancient Valeglia royal family. Just thinking about it made one excited. Seeing that she didn't provoke Dany, Lilith was a little unhappy. She gritted her teeth and continued, "My status was lowly. Illyrio didn't take me seriously and often used me to entertain others. The night before you married Drogo, your beggar king brother, Viserys, was about to sneak into your bedroom. It was Illyrio who stopped him and told him that if he angered Drogo, not only would he not be able to use the Khale's roaring warriors to restore his kingdom, he wouldn't even be able to save the lives of you and your sister. Then, the beggar king fucked me and called out your name again. Chapter 13. Was inbreeding a good or bad thing? From the point of view of the general public, inbreeding couples were more likely to give birth to children with genetic defects, which was not conducive to good reproduction. This was a scientific fact. Since the beginning of the primitive era, the cruel natural environment had already helped humans eliminate most of the genes of dominant diseases. After millions of years, when humans developed a relatively advanced civilization, genetic diseases were recessive. Only when both parents carried the recessive gene of the same disease, their children had about a quarter of the chance of suffering from genetic diseases. Note that it must be the recessive gene of the same disease. Relatives with similar bloodlines, because the genes came from the same ancestor, were more likely to carry the same recessive gene. Their children were more likely to have dementia or abnormalities. However, if close relatives were to reproduce for tens, hundreds, or even thousands of generations, all the recessive defective genes in the bloodline would be completely exposed. Then, the children who carried the pairs of recessive defective genes would be abandoned. The remaining children would definitely have fewer recessive defective genes than the previous generation. In other words, through the cruel elimination system, inbreeding was beneficial to reduce the defective genes. It was a disguised genetic optimization. Of course, genetic optimization was two aspects. In addition to reducing inferior genes, it also increased good genes. It was more practical hybridization. Here, only the problem of inbreeding to reduce inferior genes was discussed. To achieve inbreeding genetic optimization, at least the efforts of dozens of generations were needed. If a new bloodline was added halfway, it would bring new defective genes. All the previous efforts would be wasted, and they would have to start all over again. Without 1,000 years of direct blood marriage, the plan of noble bloodline could not be thought of. And the great celestial empire did not have 1,000 years of absolute aristocratic families. The kind that could reject the marriage of the royal family. Therefore, for the Huaxia people, inbreeding marriage was always a taboo that should be avoided. Even in the history of Earth, only the pharaoh family of ancient Egypt could do this. Later on, they were defeated by the system of inbreeding. Because of the inferior, mixed blood in the middle, everything had to be redone. But if they kept giving birth to freaks and retarded heirs, they could not maintain the rule of the dynasty that was collapsing day by day. If the ruling power did not decline, would that noble pharaoh marry other families? In the end, the ancient pharaoh family was almost extinct. The people may not have died, but the dynasty and the system it established were all eliminated. The ancient European aristocrats had similar ideas as the pharaoh, but they were worse than the pharaoh. For example, the hemophilia that caused the collapse of the European royal family. The main reason was that they could not carry out direct reproduction. From time to time, new blood would be added halfway. However, many families in the ice and fire continent had done what the people on Earth could not do. They had the true royal bloodline. House Targaryen, for example. In fact, the Targaryens were only a small branch of a great race that once reproduced in the continent of Ursos, the ancient Valeglia's free bastion. How strong were Valeglia's bloodlines? Just look at Daenerys Targaryen now, and you'll understand. Apart from the Valyrian descendants, the Duke's family of Westeros, formerly the royal family, but due to Aegon Targaryen's invasion and unification of the Eight Kingdoms, the royal family was demoted to dukes, were more or less. Well, they could only be considered as secondary descendants, and they even married into other families. This world was able to achieve inbred genes optimization mainly because their history was too long. For example, the main character's family, the Wolf Stark family, had at least 8,000 years of family history. Fry of the Twin Towers, who had organized the bloody wedding, had always been discriminated against by the upper-class nobles due to their shallow background. Then how nouveau riche was the Fry family? Well, They were just a marquis family with a mere 600 years of history. They had nothing but money. Well, if a 600-year-old family was placed in the Celestial Empire, then, all of the above meant one thing: Viserys' attempt to climb into his sister's bed was a crime in the barbaric and magical world of ice and fire, but it was not a crime of ethics. The Targaryen family had always followed an ancient tradition, the marriage of brothers and sisters. For example, Aegon, who founded the Targaryen dynasty, married two sisters. Well, yes, two sisters, the elder sister, Visenya, and the younger sister, Rhaenys. The King's Landing city was made up of three hills: Aegon's High Hill, Rhaenys Hill, and Visenya Hill, to commemorate the three founders of the dynasty. In fact, Dany Targaryen's parents, Mad King Aerys and Queen Rhaella, were also siblings. Even her grandparents were siblings. If Dany had been born 10 years earlier, about 5 years would have been enough. She would most likely have married her elder brother, Rhaegar. And then? Dany said to Lilith calmly. Viserys is a bastard. I already knew. Lilith looked at her strangely, puzzled by her nonchalance. At the same time, seeing that she could not hurt Dany with words, the anger in her heart grew. She turned her head abruptly and pointed at Ser Jorah, who was looking at her warily. He did me too. Although he did not call out your name, the way he looked at me seemed to be fucking your soul through my skin. No. Ser Jorah had been guarding against Lilith from hurting the pitiful and weak Dany, but he did not want to be dragged into it. His face flushed red, and his hands in iron gloves waved. You are slandering me. I did not think that way. I have read countless people. You can't fool me. Lilith smiled contemptuously. Ahem, you are Khaleesi now. You are no longer the red card of Rhys's brothel. Dany was embarrassed and immediately warned her sternly. I don't think Khal Jocko wants to hear what you said before. She had long known that Jorah Mormont had feelings for Dany Lilith. Well, before she transmigrated, she had learned from Game of Thrones that when Big Bear and Tyrion met in the brothel, he was hugging a silver-haired, purple-eyed Volantis prostitute. That prostitute was cosplaying as the famous Queen of Meereen Dany Lilith 2 or 3 years later. Jake? Dany could not scare her. Lilith's mouth became more and more twisted. She leaned close to Dany's ear and said in a voice that only she could hear, How do you think I followed him? Dany's heart tightened. Did she become Helen in Troy? Does he also love me deeply? It doesn't seem like it. She whispered back, not embarrassed at all. Lilith sneered, because he is the same as me. He only wants the same things as Khal. You and Drogo's horse and King's tent are no different in his heart. Then you are not even as good as Drogo's tent. Dany pushed her head away and directly drove her away loudly. Go, I don't want to talk about these boring topics with you anymore. Okay, I'll go. Anyway, Khalasar will return to Horse King City almost every year. At that time, I hope you, who joined the ranks of the old Dosh Khalasar, can still be as proud as you are now. Lilith left angrily. Early the next morning, at the first glimmer of dawn, Jake's Khalasar also stepped on the cold morning fog and slowly moved towards the north. She had no choice but to leave. Not to mention drinking water and horse grass. Even the firewood for the fire was gone a few days ago. The red wasteland was dry and hot during the day, but the temperature dropped below 10 degrees at night. It was a typical climate of the Gobi Desert. Walking out of the dim tent, Dany found that the outside world was frighteningly bright. The rising sun was like a furnace dripping with molten gold. The burning golden liquid sprinkled on the ground, scorching the ground until it cracked and hollowed out. The small camp was not quiet. The coughing of the old man came from the nearby straw shed. A small group of children ran and played in the open space of the camp despite the heat. Further away, there were some women doing their daily chores. More than 100 horses had been removed from their saddles. They kicked the ground and walked around listlessly. From time to time, they neighed as if they were complaining, why isn't there even a single blade of grass in this damned place? Seeing Dany's figure, the maidservants immediately waited by the side with water, wine, fruits, and roasted meat. After wiping her face, Danny ate something casually and asked Ago and the others to command Kars to move back to the original position of the straw curtain palace. Although it was also desolate, at least the hills next to it helped to block the sun and sand. Kiso and Hago were still in the tent with the dying Drogo. Danny called Ago, Quero, Jogo, Kalalak and Sir Yora to the shade and sat in a circle on the ground. The first political expansion meeting was held under the small mound. Drogo's Khalasar is gone, she said to them directly. Jogo said matter-of-factly, a Khal who can't ride a horse is not qualified to be a Khal. The Dothraki only follow the strong, Sir Yora said. Your Highness, I'm sorry, but we can't keep them. Starting from Pinocchio, Drogo's warriors, big and small, are all leaving day by day. How many men and supplies do we have left? Danny asked. Khaleesi, none of your Kars left, Ago said solemnly. We are Khaleesi's guards, and we swore loyalty to you and not to the Khal, so we all stayed. Danny was happy. Although the Dothraki were barbaric, their moral integrity was much better than the more civilized races, such as the Westeros who treated sacred oaths as shit. Who else? Danny asked in a brisk tone. We have less than 100 Kars, and I saw at least 200 clansmen when we were moving the tents. No matter which Daenerys it was, the Dothraki were her foundation. The centaurs were loyal, brave, and straightforward. They were truer and more trustworthy than the people of their homeland tens of thousands of miles away. Danny, on the other hand, was the Khal's wife, and had already changed her household register with the Dothraki Sea of Grass. So she called the Dothraki her clansmen. The others did not notice such a subtle change in mentality, or it could be said that the centaurs in front of her had always regarded her as a clansman. Jogo answered her, the elderly who can't move freely stayed, as well as the cowards, the weak and the sick. The new Khalasar who left was unwilling to take them in. Chapter 14. More than 200 people, less than 100 who can fight, and only 60 of the elite roaring warriors from your Kars tribe. They. Korra paused, showing a pained expression as he sighed. I can foresee that in the long journey in the future, half of them will die. What about the supplies? Danny asked with a frown. I can guarantee that everyone has a horse, and there are only about 200 cows and sheep. As for the water source. After the Khalasar leaves, that little stream is barely enough for us to use, but it's a little far, about 5 kilometers away. Danny was puzzled. There's not even a blade of grass nearby. What do the horses and sheep eat these days? There's reddish-brown devil grass between the cracks of the rocks. Although it's tough, and enough to satisfy the horses' hunger, this situation won't last long. The resources here have already dried up, so we need to move. Ricardo warned her. Where to? Danny's heart skipped a beat, and she probed the centaur. What do you plan to do next? If I reorganize this little Kars into a Khalasar, and let the 4 of you become my blood brotherhood guards, will you accept? Danny's words seemed to cause a lot of trouble for the centaur warriors. They frowned and thought for a while, and Kue Luo was the first to reject. This won't work. I'll feel ashamed to be a female blood brotherhood guard, and there are only 3 of them. Danny looked at the next person, and Ago lowered his eyes. I can't swear it either. Only men can lead the Khalasar. You are Khaleesi, and only Khaleesi. Ricardo continued. I will ride with you to Weiss Dothrak at the foot of the Mother of Saints mountain, and protect you from danger until you join the old woman of the Dosh Khaleesi. Other than that, I can't make any more promises. All right, I understand. Without waiting for Korra to speak, Danny interrupted him. Let's put this matter aside for now. Our first priority now is to send the great Khal Drogo back to the Night Kingdom. Knight Yora abruptly stood up from his cross-legged position, pulling out the sword at his waist with a whoosh. The bright blade of the sword dazzled Danny's eyes. Then Yora Mormont knelt down on one knee and put the sword at Danny's feet. Your Highness, I swear to serve you and carry out all your orders, even if I have to sacrifice my life. He glanced at the 4 centaurs beside him and declared firmly, "I swear on the sword in my hand and the emblem of my family, unless you're willing, no one will take you back to V's Dothraki. You don't have to join the Dosh clan." The 4 Maw people looked at each other, their almond-shaped black eyes flashing with confusion and unease. It seems that even the Westeros who are corrupt in etiquette also have great loyal ministers of noble character. Although Ser Jorah's motives were not pure, and his loyalty was more derived from unrequited love, Dany was still very happy. According to Dothraki tradition, the Khal will ride his horse back to the arms of the horse god in the blazing fire, so I order you to lead the knights to gather all the firewood, dry grass, vines that can be burned. This was a bitter cold place that could not be lived in for long, so Dany had to leave as soon as possible. Hearing that Dany was going to cremate Drogo, the 2 blood riders who had been depressed all this time also left Drogo's bed once more. They also had to prepare their own luggage. "You 2 go out first. I want to end his pain and humiliation," Dany said to the handmaidens beside her. Drogo had not woken up for 4 days. Half of his chest was black and rotten, but he was still breathing weakly. To him, this was not only a painful ordeal, but also a great humiliation. A great warrior on horseback should not lie in bed all the time. Dany spent 3 minutes freeing him with a feather pillow, then cut open his rotten flesh to remove the pus and blood before filling his chest with a sticky balm. Irri and Jichi helped Drogo clean his hair and body, then Dany rebraided his washed long hair and wrapped it with a series of small bells. There were more bells, gold, silver, and bronze. These bells would announce his arrival to his enemies and make them cower in fear, even in the kingdom of the dead. Next, Doria put on his horse's main leggings and tall boots for him, and tied a heavy belt full of gold and silver medals around his waist. Irri and Jichi worked together to lift Drogo's broad but bony body, and helped him put on a painted vest to cover the scar on his chest. Although the vest was old and faded, it was still his favorite. Dany had planned to hold the cremation that night, but even after the sun had set in the west, they still hadn't gathered enough firewood. Drogo was the furthest away, riding his horse all the way north for 20 kilometers, almost back to the shepherd's territory. "They shot at me with arrows." "The shepherds do not welcome horsefolk," Drogo said angrily. "Isn't this nonsense? Every year when you go south from Horse King City to the Great Sea of Grass, you have to go to the Raza River to harvest, as if the shepherds are your New Year's luck. This year seems to be especially strange. 2 Khals in a row died in that newbie village." Drogo quickly became excited again. "But I met Ordo's Khalasar. They heard that I was preparing firewood for the Khalasar's cremation and offered to help us take down a village as a sacrifice." Ordo was also one of Drogo's former Khalasars. The Khalasar he split off was not large, and most of them were eaten by Bono and Jake. Of the 40,000 roaring warriors, Bono took 20,000, Jake took 10,000, and the remaining 10,000 were divided among 10 Khalasars. One Khalasar only had 1 or 2,000 warriors. Of course, in the vast Dothraki Sea, a few thousand Khalasar was the norm. Drogo was one of the rare overlords of the grasslands. Khal Ordo is up to no good. He is most likely under Bono's orders. In order to wait for you, he has been waiting in the north. After Drogo left, Cora said with a serious expression, "Your Highness, what are you thinking? You tried to subdue Kaluo and the others. They obviously do not want to be Dosh Khalasar in Horse King City, so we seem to be trapped. And your Khalasar is loyal to you, but he also has his own will. This is a Dothraki tradition that has lasted for thousands of years." Dany gave him a reassuring look. "You will understand this problem in 2 days." The next day, at dawn, Kiso rode alone to the place where he and Ordo had agreed to meet in the north. At noon, he returned with a large group of horses. 10 Ordo Khalasar knights escorted 200 shepherds. The slaves were strung together with ropes, their faces full of despair. There were also a dozen slaves driving a dozen carriages. The carriages were piled with bundles of chopped firewood. Well, there was also oil for the carriages. "These slaves will accompany us on our journey into the night," Kiso said coldly. Dany wore loose sand-silk trousers and a pair of sandals tied to her knees. She wore a painted Dothraki vest similar to Drogo's. The Khal has you and 500 of his most loyal warriors. He does not need those cowardly shepherds. She did not hesitate to reject the idea of martyrdom. You, Kiso raised his whip, his face sinister. Behave yourself. I am in charge here. Dany said coldly. Kaluo and Korra were beside her and behind her. Aggo and Ricarlo aimed their bows at Kiso. Hundreds of people busied themselves for an entire afternoon. Before sunset, the firewood was piled into a 5-meter-long square that was 4 meters high. The hollow was stuffed with straw, shrubs, bark, and hay. This was the Khal's master bedroom. Khal Drogo's treasures were placed on the crematorium: his blanket, painted vest, saddle and reins, the whip his father had given him when he came of age, the Arak scimitar he had used to kill Khal Ogo and his father, and the huge dragonbone longbow. Jorgo had wanted to put the weapons Drogo's blood riders had given Dany as a bridal gift, but she stopped him. "Those are my things," she said to him. "I want to keep them." After some thought, Dany brought the two back to the foot of the hill. She dug up a layer of red soil in a corner, revealing several leather bags the size of cement bags. Walala, the bags were lifted up, and a dazzling golden river spilled out. They were all golden medals the size of a child's palm. Zhuge had 10 boxes of gold medals in total. Dany buried 3 of them in the ground. Out of the 10 boxes that were thrown out, 30% of them were filled with bronze medals. Thousands of people fought over them. They could not even tell how many boxes they threw out. How would they know that Dany had passed them off as genuine? The barbaric centaurs had not evolved such a trick. Another layer of gold medals was placed on top of the Khal's treasures, and then a few bundles of hay. Kaso and Hago carried Drogo's body out of the tent with solemn expressions. The Dothraki watched in silence. They let him lie on his pillow and silk quilt, his head facing the Mother Mountain in the far northeast. Ricarlo brought over Drogo's red steed. It was tall and ferocious, its body as red as charcoal. Its fur was as smooth as the most precious silk. It was a rare beast in the world that dared to bite even the white lions of the grasslands. The Dothraki were a cruel and heartless people. According to their customs, they never named their animals. Otherwise, Drogo's steed would have a name that would be passed down through the ages, like the famous horses of the ancient Celestial Empire. The horse was especially well behaved today, obediently being led to the east side of Drogo's crematorium. As if it knew its fate, it lifted its head and barely reached Zhuge's head. It licked his face, and 2 streams of crystal droplets dripped from its agate eyes, wetting Zhuge's hair and pillow. Then it ate a shriveled apple that Dany handed over. It stomped its hooves on the spot, raised its head, and neighed for a while before calming down. It showed no fear in the face of Ricarlo's axe, nor did it dodge. It was cleanly chopped to the ground. Ma Min used firewood to build a platform on top of the horse's corpse. He used the trunk of a small tree and the branches of a large tree. The firewood was placed from east to west, symbolizing the rise and fall of the sun. Kaso and Hago built a slightly lower platform to the north and south of Drogo. It was also covered with treasures and weapons. They also brought over their own steeds. Like Drogo's red horse, they fed it an apple and cut off its head with an axe. That crematorium belonged to the 2 blood riders. They cleaned themselves up and laid down on it with their Arak scimitars. Extending outwards along the blood riders' platform, Ma Min used tree branches to build a long 3rd platform. Drogo's was 4 meters tall, the blood riders was 3 meters, and this was 2 meters tall. It was covered with dried leaves and branches, from north to south, symbolizing black ice and raging fire. 500 heads were placed on the 3rd level of the crematorium, the heads of the warriors who had died in battle with Kaholo. Finally, soft pillows and a silk quilt were piled on top, piling up high. Yes, Kaholo's own head was placed beside Drogo. Chapter 15. As the sky darkened, Dany said to Aggo, "Detain Otto's people, give the shepherds some food, and let them leave on their own. Ago vigilantly glanced at the shepherds who were cowering at the side and said, "Calixi, the shepherds hate us. Now that they know our location, they may bring the shepherds to encircle and annihilate us. The shepherds are cowardly but not stupid. They know our situation and won't give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." This Adger was young, but his thoughts were unexpectedly meticulous. Danny looked at him in surprise and explained, "Walking at night, how far can they walk? It will be considered fast if they can return to the Raza River by tomorrow afternoon, but we will definitely leave tomorrow morning. Might as well just kill them," Agga muttered as he left. The bloody sun sank into the horizon. The shepherds were surprised to receive the notice that they were free to leave. After timidly probing for a while, they ran away like a swarm of bees. But the cremation didn't start immediately. A group of centaurs opened their almond-shaped eyes and looked for a good omen in the night sky. Every time a centaur died, his mount would also be killed and buried with him. It implied that he would ride a fine horse and run into the kingdom of the night. When their bodies were cremated under the sky, the call would ride a blazing flame horse and soar out, turning into the stars in the sky. The more the body burned, the more his constellation would shine in the darkness. Therefore, before the fire was lit, they had to find the constellation that represented their call. It couldn't be a star that could be seen every day. It had to be an abnormal star that had just appeared today because the call was being buried today. This was a bit troublesome. How could an abnormal star be found so easily? The centaurs sat on the ground and searched in the sky. Danny felt embarrassed. If she had lived in this world for more than 10 years, she could have found an inconspicuous star to fool them. But she had just arrived and her predecessor didn't understand the stars. At least, she was inferior to the nomads who had nothing to do and looked up at the stars every day. Well, she couldn't fool the centaurs. "Can every call find their own star?" she asked an old centaur. "Of course, the great Drogo is the 12th call that I serve. I saw it with my own eyes. The previous 11 calls all turned into shining stars on their fiery warhorses. One of them was Call's father." When the old man saw that Calixi was talking to him personally, he was so excited that his dark old face turned red like he was drunk. 12. How many generations have you been a senior official? While Danny was complaining in her heart, she also sighed inwardly. There were many heroes in the sea of grass, but they also fell like shooting stars. "How long do they usually wait?" she asked again. "Calixi, it's still early. You have to wait until the second half of the night." The old man smiled. His lips, which looked like dried orange peel, cracked, revealing a mouthful of broken, rotten teeth. There was a kind of kindness in his ugly old face. "Once, when we just found some stars to light the firewood, the sun came out. We waited all night." Danny finally understood that this was a competition of endurance. When everyone was tired and dizzy from hunger, their vision would be blurry and their minds would be in a daze. Even if they saw the moon, they might think that it was an alien star from Call. "Found it. It's over there." An excited voice sounded. It was Ricardo. Danny looked in the direction he was pointing. She actually found a red comet in the low eastern sky. The red of blood, the red of fire, as if a dragon was spitting fire. This was definitely an alien star. There was no better sign than this. "Hee, the 12th one." The old man chuckled. "Pour oil," Danny ordered loudly. Pots of sesame oil, castor oil, and vegetable oil were poured on Drogo's corpse. Hag and Kiso were also splashed. The oil water soaked the silk quilt, branches, and bales of hay. It seeped into the firewood below, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. "Tie up the witch and throw her into the firewood pile," Danny ordered again. Millie Mazter had been hiding in the crowd, silently watching the cremation platform being built. She had thought that the matter would completely end when Jake brought the baby boy's head back. Although she was a bit regretful that she couldn't take revenge personally, she was basically satisfied when she saw that young head. But she didn't expect that the silver-haired woman would suddenly order for her to be burned. No, 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 Madam Silver, Calixi, please listen to me. The witch dodged Ag, who was trying to capture her. She struggled madly and shouted, I saved Madam Lilith. You said you would reward me. I even sang the childbirth song for you and helped you give birth to a healthy little prince. You can't do this to me. This doesn't make sense. This is too crazy. Woo-woo, the witch was no match for Ag. In just a few sentences, she was pressed to the sand and couldn't move. Bring my dragon eggs over too, Danny ordered the maids. There was a certain meaning in her words that made them run. Cora's face was pale. He stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Your Highness, Drogo has no use for dragon eggs in the Night Kingdom. Why don't we sell them in Yasha? We only need to sell one to buy a big ship and return to the free trade city-state. The wealth we can get from selling 3 is enough for you to enjoy for the rest of your life. Am I short of money? Danny found it funny. Cora couldn't laugh. He choked and grabbed her hand even harder, as if he wanted to snatch his princess back from the Grim Reaper. Princess, I know that Prince Reg's death is a big blow to you. Even if you don't show any sadness in front of others, I know that your heart is about to be drowned by tears. The heavy suffering is about to crush your spine, but you still have. His face was red. He almost said words of love that were beyond the bounds of the ruler. The next moment, he realized that there were almond-shaped eyes around him. He said dejectedly, but you're only 14 years old. You still have countless years in the future. You can still have countless little princes and princesses. Don't worry, sir. Don't forget that I have the blood of a true dragon. Danny awkwardly pulled back her arm that was being held tightly. She said softly, last time, I thought Viserys was like me and wouldn't die from the molten gold. So, he's not a true dragon. Cora let go of Danny in a daze. He tried to guess what she meant while watching her hug the 3 dragon eggs that the maid passed to her. With the help of Ago and Ricardo, she climbed up Drogo's cremation platform step by step. Danny waved her hand to let the centaur warrior leave. She put the white dragon egg in front of Drogo's chest and used his hands to hold the dragon egg in place. She hugged the black dragon egg and laid down beside Drogo. The green dragon egg was placed between them. So you've gone mad. The witch whose hands and feet were bound saw Danny finish everything and laughed strangely. The endless pain has driven you crazy. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. You should have accepted my suggestion and used your life to exchange for his. If the blood witchcraft could revive that butcher, you could have at least saved your husband's life. Ha ha ha, now you regret it. Ha ha ha. I'll kill you first. Kiso was furious. He turned around and prepared to hack the laughing priestess to death. Stop. I want her to be burned alive. Danny stopped Kiso. The unruly Blood Brotherhood guard was surprisingly obedient this time. Not only did he not insult Danny, he even looked at her with respect that he had never shown before, as if he was touched by her noble act of being buried with him. Or perhaps, he thought that if they were to return to the Night Kingdom together, his call would still choose her to be the Khaleesi. Danny turned around and said to the witch, have you forgotten? In your temple, when you first healed Khal's injuries, Kahalo said that if Khal dies, you'll die too. I'm fulfilling the promise of that day. No matter whether Khal's death is related to you or not, if he dies, you'll die too. Ha ha ha, you're right. If Khal dies, the witch who healed him must die too. On the other side, Hage laughed and slit his throat. In the end, he mumbled, we should all go down, to accompany Khal. Tisk, the sound of blood spurting out from Kiso's throat was immediately heard. They're all gone. Danny looked at the red comet at the end of the sky. Her tone was complicated. Next, it's your turn. When Zhuge fell from the horse, I already thought of your ending today. Don't deny it. You killed him and even wanted to sacrifice his son to the devil. What's even crueler is that you did it through the hands of a wife, a mother. Hee hee, so you're smarter than I thought. The priestess did not deny it anymore. She smiled proudly and said, but your son is still dead. That's enough. I've completed my revenge. Yes, you want revenge. That's right. Danny agreed with her. The priestess had a reason to kill all the evildoers who invaded her home. But how are you going to repay me for saving you? Repay? Danny's words seemed to ignite the anger that she had been suppressing for a long time. The Raza priestess spat and asked, I was dragged out from the temple of my god by the centaurs. A group of men were waiting to violate me. That's not the normal position of a man and a woman. From the back, it was like a male dog and a female dog mating. That's not the normal position of a man and a woman. When you rode past, the fourth man was inside me. How were you going to save me? I saw with my own eyes the temple of my god being burned down. I had healed countless good men and women there. At that time, I was a pure doctor, a devout priestess, not a witch or a blood witch. My home was burned down by the centaurs. There were piles of human heads on the streets. Among the heads were the bakers who made bread for me. There was also a little boy who I saved with great difficulty. I can still hear the warriors on horseback waving their whips and urging the children to leave. They were crying so loudly that it shook the earth. Tell me, what did you save? Danny was silent for a moment before she answered, I did everything I could. Eloy and those women. I saved your life. Khaleesi was not a Khal. Even a Khal could not change the centaur tradition that everyone knew. The original Danny Lilith could definitely say to anyone, I have a clear conscience. My life? Millie smiled coldly. Look at yourself. What's the meaning of life when all the good things you have are gone? Well, it seemed that everyone thought that Danny was grieving so much that she was numb with despair. It seemed that life was meaningless. Why did you beg me before if it was meaningless? Danny mocked. You will never hear my cries. Millie replied. Chapter 16. Ouch! The Raza priestess wailed in the flames, her voice shrill and filled with pain. She was still not as strong as she had thought. Danny sat cross-legged beside Drogo and threw the torch into the pile of firewood herself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, tiny blue flames followed the traces of the incense oil and jumped out from all over the pile of firewood like swift snakes. The oil first ignited the twigs and dry grass, and a few seconds later, the firewood began to crackle. A wave of heat rose from the fire towards the people around the crematorium. At first, it was like the caress of a lover, gentle and warm, but soon, the flames transformed from fire snakes into fire dragons. They circled in the air, baring their fangs and claws as they wantonly squandered their light and heat. Sir Jorah and the rest looked at the flames and heard the crackling of the burning wood and the priestesses singing. At first, Millie had used her loud singing to hide her fear and vent her pain, but as the flames rose and the fire grew stronger, her singing became louder and sharper. Then, as the smoke came, she suddenly gasped for breath, and then gasped for breath, and then her singing turned into a trembling wail. The smell spread into the crowd along with the heat, and it seemed to be no different from the smell of horse meat roasted over a bonfire. Jorah felt like vomiting after smelling it. Would there be the smell of his princess in there? Thinking of this, he really threw up with a "what" sound. The cross-shaped crematorium was completely lit, like a roaring megalosaurus, its voice loud and clear, drowning out the priestess's gradually weakening screams. The fire dragon shot into the sky, its long tongue shooting out in all directions, licking the belly of the night sky and gnawing at the skin of the Dothraki. In the thickening smoke, the horse people could not stand the suffocation and heat, coughing as they retreated away from the fire. The fire dragon let out an angry roar, bringing with it a strong wind from purgatory, flapping the nearby flags and exploding the firewood. Glowing embers rose from the smoke and drifted into the endless night like thousands of newborn fireflies. Danny, who was in the sea of fire, seemed to have entered a strange world. When the painted vest, silk pants, and sandals were burning, Danny was still laughing at the priestess Millie for using singing to cover up her wailing, but soon her attention was attracted by the black dragon egg in her hand. The dragon egg emitted an aura that was hotter than the flames, and she almost couldn't help but throw it away. Dany immediately forced herself to enter the dragon dream state. The fundamental principle of Long Meng was that Dany and the dragon's soul were embedded as one. Her own soul was a complete one, and Black Dragon's soul plus Dany's soul was still one, a more complete one. In the dragon dream state, she had the vision and senses of a black dragon. At this moment, she saw herself in a blood-red purgatory of flames. In front of her was her black dragon, which covered the sky just like before. The black dragon opened its mouth wide and raised its head to roar. Countless tiny specks of colorful light that were like fireflies converged into a river and flowed into its throat. Gold, silver, green, purple, bright red. Dany couldn't count the colorful specks of light. This is... Dany suddenly had an epiphany. Dragon hatching. She immediately connected to her treasure and found the character panel. Other than the immortal and Long Meng, the Mother of Dragon's bloodline talent also had the unique ability of dragon hatching. Dragon hatching, bestow flames and spirituality to the dragon egg, thereby allowing the dragon egg that retains its soul to fossilize, the dead dragon egg, and the healthy dragon egg to hatch into a young dragon. What spirituality? Just as the thought came to her mind, a piece of information flowed into her sea of consciousness. Dany inexplicably had a more fundamental understanding of the Mother of Dragon's dragon hatching talent. Spirituality was the essence of a soul with life. It existed in the world where life existed, and it existed in the souls of life. In the world without reincarnation, it was the gathering of spirituality that allowed organic matter to give birth to a miracle of life. For example, a newborn baby was made up of a soul and a body. The body was inherited from the parents, and the soul came from the accumulation of spirituality in the body. The 3 dragon eggs that Governor Illyrio of Pentos gave Dany had turned into fossils due to the passage of thousands of years. In theory, they were the same as diamonds and gems, beautiful dead objects. Unfortunately, the fossilized dragon eggs met Dany, Liz Targaryen. Her bloodline was too rare, and it was almost the ultimate achievement of Valeglia's dragon magic civilization. Not to mention the Targaryen family, perhaps in the thousands of years of history in Valeglia, there had never been a Mother of Dragons like her. Perhaps, Dany was a mutant. Her Mother of Dragons talent could bestow the spirituality of the world to the dragon egg without her consciousness. It was indeed a miracle that the fossilized dragon egg had obtained new life, but the dragon itself was a magical life that represented miracles. It couldn't be judged by common sense. Originally, Dany had only subconsciously hoped that her dragon egg would give birth to a dragon baby. She had almost never actively developed the talent of dragon dreams and dragon hatching. But this newcomer Dany understood that at this critical moment, she had to do something. "Big Black, I'll help you," she shouted at the black dragon above her head. The next moment, her position changed, from the burning ground to the black jade dragon's head. She rode on the dragon's neck. As if she had come to the position that was destined to belong to her, Dany had a different experience at this moment. She and the dragon had merged into one, and the dragon had obtained new life in the fire with her. In a split second, the spirituality on top of the black dragon's head became more and more concentrated. Gradually, a colorful vortex appeared above its open mouth. Those who didn't know would think that it was activating a Bijadama. Ong, ong. After an unknown period of time, Dany sensed dragons other than the black dragon for the first time. White and green dragons. Previously, even when she was hugging the dragon egg, she couldn't form a dragon dream connection with the white and green dragons like she could with the black dragon. At this moment, she could clearly see the white and green dragons flying towards her. She rode the black dragon, and the white and green dragons circled around her like wingmen. The 4 of them wandered freely in the colorful sea. They were so happy, so proud, as if the sky was under their feet. She was the Mother of Dragons, born from the mother of the Megalosaurus. Perhaps fate had arranged her birth, but her talent had nothing to do with any other gods or anything else. "Only death can exchange for life," came from the mouth of the witch. She said this as a servant of the devil in the shadows. The Shadow Lord was an evil god, a demon, and at the same time, another identity of Lalo. Together with the Lord of Light, they formed the complete god Lalo. The Targaryens belonged to the ancient Valeglia. The Valeglia had their own gods, Balerion, Miracis, and Vargal. There was no Lalo, the Lord of Light. In the era of Valeglia, the civilization of dragons and magic was at its peak, and Lalo had nothing to do with it. The Lord of Light might have coveted the dragons, but he had no connection with them. Dany's birth of a dragon had nothing to do with the Lord of Light. Her mother of dragons' constitution came from Valeglia's superb blood magic. The fire had weakened to the point where it couldn't be seen by the naked flames in the middle of the night, but the red charcoal under the ashes still scorched the earth and air. When the cold fog of the night was dispelled by the morning light, Jorah Mormont, who had suffered through the night, could finally endure the scalding ground. He found Dany in the center of the cross-shaped ashes. She was half-squatting on the ground, surrounded by charred charcoal and glowing embers, as well as the charred bones of people and horses. She was naked, and her lower body was covered with nearly half a meter thick of soot. He could see her bare arms and back. If it wasn't for the conspicuous silver hair, he almost couldn't tell that this body was the same color as charcoal. "Bless the seven gods," he exclaimed in ecstasy, bending down to hold her shoulders. Hiska, the black snake's head snaked out from Dany's hair, hissing and spitting out a few wisps of white smoke from its mouth and nose. The surprise on Jorah's face immediately turned into horror. He retracted his right hand as if he had been electrocuted, and looked at the red eyes on the snake's head for a moment. "Dragon," he said bitterly. Although he didn't want to believe it, behind the long neck of the snake's head, there was a pair of wings that flapped with soot. It was not a snake, but a dragon that was miraculously born from fire. The knight didn't say a word. He took a few steps back and knelt down on one knee with a respectful expression that he had never shown before. Dany woke up from her strange state and slowly raised her head. She first glanced at Mormont, and then swept her gaze over the Karst behind him. The Dothraki, regardless of gender, age, or even the 10 Ordo warriors who were detained, all put down their weapons, put their faces close to the smoking ground, and knelt on the sandy ground in awe. Dany knew that from this moment on, they were completely submissive to her. Today, tomorrow, and forever. It wasn't submissive out of fear of Drogo's power, but from the bottom of their hearts. She directly bathed in soot and stood up naked. At this time, all of them had their heads bowed. "Irri, go and get my clothes. Doria, Chichi, prepare hot water for me to bathe," she ordered her maidservants. The black dragon lay on her shoulder, its snake-like neck almost coiled around Dany's neck. The other two were hanging in front of her chest, and she hugged them with both hands. Ellie jogged to fetch a silk robe and carefully draped it over Dany's shoulders. She looked at the two young dragons sucking and her expression changed drastically. She muttered, "They are riding the steeds of the world, they are riding the steeds of the world. Khaleesi, you really gave birth to the steed of the world. The old woman's prophecy has come true." "You talk too much," Dany said lightly. Hiss hiss, the black dragon immediately turned its head and roared at Irri. Its two brothers also let go of Dany at the same time and joined in its roar. Ugh! The poor centaur girl covered her mouth and was about to cry. Chapter 17. After washing up, Dany gathered her troops at the foot of the hill. She rode her little silver horse with a young dragon in her arms and another on her shoulders. The silver horse trotted past them on the dry red sand. She shouted, "From this moment onwards, my Karst will be reorganized into Khalasar. I will not go to Horse King's city to join the Dosh Khalasar. Are you willing to follow me into a future that no one knows?" "I am willing. I am willing. We are all willing." Her Karst responded in a chaotic and loud manner. "Good." Dany nodded in satisfaction. She shouted to the crowd again, "Jogo, Ago, Ricarlo." The three of them seemed to have guessed what was going to happen next. There was no hesitation or resistance on their faces. Instead, they were filled with excitement and unconcealable joy. Kue Luo, who was not called, was dejected. His face was ashen. At this moment, he especially hated the tradition of the three-man blood brotherhood that everyone knows. As expected, Dany dismounted from her horse and walked towards the three young centaurs. She handed the silver whip that was hanging on the saddle to Jogo. "This silver-handled whip is my bridal gift. I hereby give it to you and appoint you as a bandit. At the same time, I request that you swear to become my blood, to live and die with me, to fight side by side, to protect me from danger." Jogo solemnly took the whip and hung it at his waist. Then, he pulled out his Arak scimitar and knelt on one knee. He held the scimitar at the same level as his forehead with both hands. "Blood of my blood," he said loudly. It was like a promise. Dany took the scimitar and personally pulled Jogo up. She put the scimitar back into its scabbard. "Blood of my blood," she promised in the manner of Dothraki. Aggo and Ricarlo were next. She gave them a double-curved dragonbone longbow and a gold-plated Arak scimitar. These three weapons were Dany's bridal gifts. Drogo's blood brotherhood gave it to her during the wedding. Aggo gave her a horsewhip. The scimitar came from Kaholo. The longbow that was taller than Dany was given by Kiso. It was only a year ago. Now, they were gone. The three new blood brotherhood guards left the crowd and stood behind Dany. She looked at Kueluo. She met his hopeful gaze and said, "Kueluo, I have an important mission for you. Have you seen my dragon?" She deliberately held the white dragon high in her hand, and the white dragon clumsily flapped its translucent membrane wings in her palm. In the future, they will be able to control the entire world, but now, they are so weak that they can't even fly. I need a loyal and brave Megalosaurus guard to protect them. Are you willing? This is my honor, Calixi. Kueluo excitedly drew his scimitar and swore loudly. "Knight, you have pledged your allegiance to me." Dany finally looked at the knight who had changed back into his Dothraki costume. "One day, you will get a sword from me that is unparalleled in the world. It will be forged by a true dragon and made of Valeglia steel." Korra didn't repeat the process of taking an oath. He just nodded seriously. "It is noon now, and the weather is too hot. Everyone go rest in your tents first. We will leave in the evening." Dany made a decision. "Where are we going?" Aggo asked. Dany thought for a moment. In the original plot, they seemed to be marked by the comet in the sky. But the problem was, who had ever seen a comet that did not move in a fixed direction? Comets were called comets because they did not have fixed observable coordinates. They appeared suddenly and left at an uncertain time. For example, the Weeping Blood Star, the name given to it by the Dothraki. Last night, it suddenly appeared in the east near the horizon. It was blood red, a dot the size of a coin, with an almost indistinguishable trail. It was almost impossible to find it if one did not look carefully. After a night, it had risen a lot, and its direction and brightness had changed. In broad daylight, it was still possible to see a smear of blood red in the south of the east, at a 30-degree angle to the horizon. It was like a long scratch on the face of the blue sky. Following it was almost like going in circles on the ground. This was the Red Wasteland. Going in circles here was courting death. In fact, in the original plot, Dany's Kars had suffered heavy losses. The elderly and young were almost all dead. Along the way, they left a trail of corpses. It was as if they had used blood and death to pave a journey of elimination. Those who were not strong were eliminated, and even her maid, Doria, died. Well, the strange thing was that Dany, who had just lost her husband and her 10-month-old son, who was sacrificed to the devil by the witch, did not go through confinement. She passed through thousands of miles of the Gobi Desert, and in the end, she survived with her tail intact. This, the effect of the dragon dream, was too good. Dany snapped out of her thoughts and smiled at her subordinates. She asked, "Tell me where we can't go first." Sir Yora was the first to speak. "We cannot go north. Not to mention that Ordos Khalasar is waiting for us. Even if we avoid them, when we enter the Dothraki Sea, the first Khalasar we meet will devour your battered troops. The warriors will all be killed, and the rest will become slaves. The land of the goatmen south of the river is also not feasible. Your troops are too weak, and can't even stand up against that tribe that is not fond of fighting. The Raza hate the centaurs, and they have no reason to treat us well. Avoid the goatmen village and follow the river downstream to the ports of Mirin, Yuankai, and Astapor. Rakarov immediately warned. Martin told me that Bono's Commissar is driving thousands of slaves there. He plans to sell them at the slave market along Slavers Bay. Martin was a newly joined centaur warrior. Well, he was not a newcomer. He was originally a roaring warrior of Drogo's Commissar, and left with Ordo in the chaos. Now, it was returned to its rightful owner, subdued by Dany's identity as the Immortal and Mother of Dragons. Yes, the Dothraki were secretly calling her Immortal and Mother of Dragons. Those slaves were all taken from Khal Drogo. Bono didn't care for the gold medal left behind by the Khal because the slaves were more valuable, Ago added. Then we can only go south, through the Red Wastes. Dany looked at their serious expressions and sighed. When we reach the sea, whether we go to a trading city or find a place rich in resources to farm? Yora was confused. My dragons are too young, Dany said vaguely. As a super late-stage hero, of course she had to develop as wretchedly as possible. No matter how miserable the early stages were, when the 3 dragons grew up, wouldn't she be free to do whatever she wanted? At that time, forget about reviving her kingdom, she could even become Genghis Khan or Alexander as she pleased. Doria, who was standing behind Dany, said with a face full of fear, Khaleesi, that is the Red Wastes, a desolate and terrifying land of demons. Not only do the horsemen know about it, but I also heard of its terrible reputation from the seafaring merchants in Lys. Almost no one can pass through that place where demons and hell creatures are entrenched. I'm not afraid of demons, and you don't have to be afraid of any ghosts if you follow me. Dany comforted her and pulled her hand over to stroke the dragon in her arms. It was as hot as iron that had been baked for a long time under the scorching sun. After the maid's emotions were soothed, Dany ordered her subordinates, although our Commissar is small, I have decided to reorganize it. What is the most important thing in a troop? She glanced at everyone and asked. Courage, the courage to not fear death in battle, Ago said. The strongest Khal, Kalilo immediately said, under the leadership of the strongest Khal, our troop will be invincible. Previously, Khal Drogo conquered the entire Sea of Grass in this way. There are also warhorses and tribes. There are many people, strong horses, and powerful forces, Drogo added. With the centaur's knowledge and wisdom, the 3 Blood Alliance guards said everything they could think of. Kue Luo frowned and thought hard for a long time, but he still did not say a word. The soldiers' skills and tactics and the cooperation of different types of troops are more important, Sir Yora said seriously. In Westeros, every knight has to receive training from a young age. Martial arts instructors teach them swordsmanship, horsemanship, spear skills, and archery. Scholars teach the young nobles mathematics, literature, astronomy, geography, and the genealogy of the nobles. The art of arranging troops is taught by their fathers, brothers, or lords. Without a doubt, from this conversation, it could be seen that the barbaric centaurs were much more civilized than the knights. Do you have the skills to command a large-scale war? She asked curiously. There was an old Chinese saying, it is easy to find 1,000 soldiers, but hard to find a general. Dany's little Colossa only had a few dozen warriors, so there was no need for a brilliant general to lead them. But what about the future? I have commanded a troop of at most 2,000 people, that was when. His expression changed and he stopped talking. That was when you followed the Duke of the Northern Territory, Ed Stark, to overthrow my father's dynasty? Dany said calmly. I'm sorry, Your Highness, Yora lowered his head and said softly. Don't be sorry. You are serving your lord, there is nothing wrong with that. Dany waved her hand and continued the previous topic. I think the most important thing for an army is a perfect system. What system? Ago asked curiously. First, establish the system of sergeants, then perfect it step by step. Dany met the centaur's puzzled gaze and said with a smile, from today onwards, the Dothraki warriors under my command will abandon all the messy flags from before and raise the dragon flag together. Men who are 14 years old will automatically be incorporated into the army. Dany could not be blamed for being cruel. She was only 14 years old herself. Her maids and blood guards were all centaurs who were around her age, deliberately chosen by Zhuge. If she made an army at the age of 18, she would have no one under her command. Of course, this was only a temporary measure. When she was strong enough in the future, she would greatly increase the number of years they could serve. 10 people will form a squad, and the strongest person will be the captain. 5 squads will form a brigade, and a commander will be chosen from the 5 captains based on their battle achievements. 5 brigades. Dany stopped talking because she saw that her 4 centaurs were confused. That expression was as if they were listening to a book from heaven. "What's the problem?" she asked. "Khaleesi, I can understand if 10 warriors form a squad, but how many warriors will there be in 5 squads and 5 brigades?" Aggo asked curiously as he counted with his fingers. Chapter 18. The Dothraki seemed to be confused by the number above 10 and the complicated management system. Dany frowned. Drogo's 40,000 howling warriors moved in Kars, and Kars were the smallest group under the Khalasar, led by Casco. He only needed to manage a dozen or so Kars. In other words, the Dothraki only had 3 military ranks: Kars, Kars, and howling warriors. In fact, Kars and Kars were of the same rank, and Kars and howling warriors were of the same rank. Kars were the most powerful Kars, and Kars were the most powerful warriors. There was only a difference of 2 ranks between the 3. The centaurs were very primitive, so primitive that they almost achieved true democracy. But she did not want this kind of democracy. If the Dothraki were more feudal, Khaleesi would not have ended so badly. Well, she could at least be a regent and empress dowager. Dany's purpose of reorganizing the Khalasar was to let the Khalasar form a hierarchical system. With a hierarchical system, they could quickly transition to a feudal and centralized society. Because feudal systems had existed in other races for thousands of years, they only needed to learn and adapt, not innovate. Simply put, this world had enough productivity to develop feudal systems. Dany's minimum requirement for the Dothraki was to establish a golden family with her blood as the main bloodline. Before Genghis Khan appeared, anyone could be called Khan on the steppe, which was the Kars of centaurs. It did not matter about bloodline, it only depended on one's bravery and power. At that time, the Mongols did not even have a complete system of bloodline and surname inheritance. It was almost exactly the same as the Mамini now. But after Genghis Khan unified the north and established the Mongol Empire, only the Bori could be called Khan. If you were not a Bori, you had to marry a woman from the Bori family as your wife, and your son would still have the blood of the Bori family. These Bori had a loud and great name, the Golden Family. Dany did not think so far about whether she could dominate the world. But with 3 dragons, if she could not create her own Golden Family, it would be a waste of such good resources and opportunities. The Dothraki, who were still a mass of scattered sand, was a gift from the heavens. The Gold family only had one chance. Originally, Dany was a little naive, or perhaps it was an obsession like Morone Fu. She had always wanted to return to the Westeros and become a queen. She was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Westeros. Moreover, the nobles there were all full points for palace intrigue, full points for martial arts, full points for authority and ambition, full points for brutality, full points for loyalty. Negative, all of them were ingrates. That's right, the hostile environment value was also maxed out. Every once in a while, deviant ghosts would come out to destroy the world. Dany wouldn't want that shabby place even if it was given to her for free. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was, the Dothraki reforms could not be stopped. Go, how many is 5 tens? She asked her Blood Alliance guard. Gu thought for a while and replied, is it 50? Dany nodded and asked, what's the sum of 5 50s? This time, he spent even more time. With a bitter face, he counted with his fingers for a while before he said uncertainly, 250? That's right. Danny spread her hands to encourage him. But didn't you say there are still captains and commanders? How many knights are there if we take them out? He asked. Why should we take them out? If you are the commander, the other 249 knights are all warriors under your command, Danny told him. But Gu looked conflicted. The captain is also a commander's warrior. Isn't the captain Ko? Ko works for Call, but it doesn't count. Ge's words were clumsy, and he couldn't express what he was thinking perfectly in words. He was so excited that he couldn't even form a complete sentence. But Danny understood his problem. It was still the old saying that the Ma Min were not used to a multi-level hierarchy. This is a new rule. Everyone will get used to it slowly. She could only use her authority to force them to adapt. Cora understood Danny's thoughts and helped to plan. Khaleesi, don't use words like squad and brigade. The Ma Min have their own division of teams. Brigade and squad were the words Danny translated from the common language into Dothraki. Cora could understand it, but it was the first time Cora and the others had heard it. Is there? Danny looked puzzled. Why don't I know? What is it? Do you know Sakado and Goldu? Cora said 2 Dothraki words. Sakado is the hunting team, and Goldu is the banner, Danny muttered and looked at the knights in confusion. This is the division of teams. Cora smiled and said, the tradition of the Ma Min is that the hunting team is usually made up of 10 people. If there are too few people, they can't deal with a beast like a lion. If there are too many people, there won't be enough prey to share. 10 is just right. In fact, in Westeros, when we nobles go out to hunt, we gather in a large group before entering the forest. When we enter the hunting ground, everyone moves separately. There are also about 10 people in a squad. I see, Danny said thoughtfully. Still not down to earth enough. In the future, I need to know more about the people, she thought to herself. As for Goldu. Khaleesi, you know that every time the Khalasar goes out, there are scouts scattered in all directions? Cora asked again. Danny nodded. Her Kars had also acted as scouts for Drogo, and it seemed that every Kars took turns to do this task. The furthest a scout could reach was a day or two ahead of the Khalasar. It was the most tiring and dangerous job. No one could persist in doing this for a long time. According to the size of the Khalasar's team, the number of scouts sent out is different. There are about 100 people in a group, and the people in the same group hold the same banner. If 2 Khalasars meet, they don't fight immediately. They judge the strength of the other party by the number of banners, so as to avoid a Pyrrhic victory. So, you can see that Drogo's Khalasar has many kinds of banners. Similarly, they call a team of 100 scouts Goldu. Cora explained to Danny in detail. Danny suddenly asked, could it be that someone is deliberately using false banners to deceive the other party? For example, 10 people using the same banner. Or, they are deliberately sending more scouts to make the other party think that they have more people. Cora was stunned. This is not in line with the horse people's tradition. No one would do that, Ago and the others agreed. Cora thought carefully and said seriously, Khaleesi, look at the camp around us. The traces of life are too obvious. Wherever the Khalasar moves, there are traces of people and animals living. The most obvious is the ashes of the bonfire. Because everyone has to eat, they can roughly estimate the number of people in your Khalasar through the number of stoves. You may be able to deceive the other party by using scouts, but when he finds out that the number of bonfires you lived in is wrong, the Khalasar who is angered by the deception will immediately turn around. Then you must not know that the stoves used to eat can be faked, right? For example, I have fewer people, but I purposely burn more bonfires to scare the other party. Another example, I have more people, but I purposely build fewer stoves, waiting for the angry Khalasar who thinks that he has been deceived to chase after me. I can calmly ambush him, Danny said with a sense of superiority. Not only did Korra and the other simple horse people's almond eyes widen, even Sir Korra, who thought that he had received many years of advanced knight education, opened his mouth wide and was dumbfounded. 7 levels of hell, you can do that? But, it seems that in theory, it is really possible. Korra looked at his innocent little princess strangely. Is she a natural military genius? But, it feels a little dirty, it doesn't conform to the spirit of a knight at all. Sigh, it seems that she who lacked the education of Westeros nobility since young has been led astray by the cunning merchants. Khaleesi, although the Dothraki Sea is huge, you have deceived the first Khalasar. The others will soon know about this matter, Kue Luo reacted and said. There are still many 36 stratagems, using all of them once. Even if the Dothraki Sea is vast and boundless, there probably won't be many Khalasars left. That's enough, Dany waved her hand and made the final decision. The 10-man team is called Nyo Lu, the 100-man team is called Gushen. Yes, if Staccato and Goal were replaced with words that the people of the Celestial Empire could easily understand, it would be Nyo Lu and Gushen. Clearly, they wanted to build the Mongol Empire, but they had carelessly resurrected the Qing dynasty in this fantasy world. Alright, let's not talk about other things. In the early days of the Qing dynasty, the military and political establishment system were still relatively dynamic. Moreover, the situation Dany was facing now was more like Nurhasai's than Genghis Khan's. Nurhasai relied on 13 sets of armor to make a fortune. Dany was slightly better than him. She had 3 dragons as a guarantee. But that was only a guarantee. In this fantasy world, dragons did not mean invincibility. From now on, all the flags will be changed to a uniform black flag, representing the black dragon in my arms. Women cannot be Khal, so I will recognize myself as the banner master. All the soldiers and servants who serve me will be bannermen. Currently, there were only so many soldiers, so it was impossible for the 8 bannermen to think about. Let's first set up the system and slowly replenish the personnel. The few of them discussed in the tent for 2 to 3 hours. After the system was confirmed by Dany, they started to implement it immediately. First, they separated the soldiers and the people. Including the elderly and the half-grown children, Dany finally gathered enough people to form a Gushen. She recognized herself as the banner master and received a Nyo Lu. There were 9 Nyo Lu left. Excluding Agara and the other 5, there were 4 left. Just as Dany was reorganizing the old, weak, women and children's household registration, the centaurs on the other side of the open space became noisy. A few of them even pulled out their scimitars. Dany hurried over and let her Nyo Lu separate the troublemakers. She rode on the little silver horse and looked down at the red-faced Dothraki warriors below. What's going on? She asked. Khaleesi, I'm stronger. Let me kill that bastard, a centaur said loudly. The centaur he pointed at with his scimitar also shouted, Kill me? Don't stop me. I'm going to peel off his skin. Both of them were old members of Dany's Kars. They had protected her together for more than a year. At this moment, they turned hostile. It was very Dothraki. Korra explained, they want to compete for the position of the leader of the Nyo Lu. But we only have so few people left. We can't afford to waste them. Chapter 19. The Dothraki worshipped the strong and despised life and death. Regardless of others or their own, they had no entertainment and fighting was a common occurrence. They would often draw their swords to determine life and death over trivial matters. Are there any competitions between knights in the Westeros? Dany asked Korra. Korra nodded and said, We all have armor. Even in a group battle, there are very few casualties. However, we can learn the sword duels of the knight apprentice level. Let them change into full leather armor and duel with unopened blunt swords. This kind of duel was definitely not as fair as real swords and spears. Many centaurs walked the path of agility, killing with a single blow was their goal. Blunt swords and leather armor required more strength and stamina. But in order to not die, Dany could only accept Korra's suggestion. In the evening, the newly drawn black flag fluttered in the wind. Her colosar began to move slowly towards the south, with the sun and the stars as a reference. Before leaving, Danny even ordered people to go to the crematorium and dig out the melted gold. This is what Drogo used. He took what he needed to the Night Kingdom and gave the rest to us as a reward. Facing the hesitant centaurs, Danny tricked them. Drogo's dragonbone bow was also retrieved. The dragonbone in the dragonbone bow was not a metaphor. It was a dragonbone. Not to mention the dozens of dragon corpses of the Targaryen dynasty, the ancient Valeglia civilization had only been dead for 300 years. At its peak, the Freedom Bastion of Valeglia could mobilize 300 megalosaurus to form a conquering army. Dragons also had a limit to their lifespan. They would die and leave behind indelible dragonbone after death. Hence, many dragonbone bones were passed down to the world. The dragonbone was rich in iron. As the iron content increased, the color darkened and eventually turned black. Ordinary flames could not harm them. Even a young dragon could withstand the high temperature of firewood, what more the bones of an adult megalosaurus. Other than the gold and dragon bone, the centaurs also found a pile of cracked rocks in the ashes. Fossilized dragon egg. Piecing the rocks together, they actually restored 3 dragon egg. Dragons don't come from stone eggs. The centaurs looked at each other in dismay. Then, as if they had thought of something, they shouted in fear, Calixi gave birth to a 3-headed dragon. The prophecy of Dosh Kalen has come true, Khaleesi has given birth to the steed of the world. Dany, who was alarmed by the centaur's cry, was also shocked when she saw the stone egg. What kind of existence is a dragon? Doubt arose in her heart. No matter how the dragon came to be, they had to leave. After gathering the remaining charred remains of the crematorium and burying them in the deep pit, the team set off. On the first night, Dany's Kala saw only traveled 10 kilometers. 5 kilometers away from the encampment, they encountered the stream where Drogo Khalasar collected water. After being tormented by more than 100,000 people and hundreds of thousands of livestock for 4 to 5 days, the gurgling stream was only left with a layer of mud. Dany changed her route and decided to follow the wetland. After walking for another 5 kilometers, they encountered a new shallow puddle. Dany asked the Kraza to stop. They would rest here for a day or two. Those 87 cows and sheep must all be killed. Dany told her tribesmen, the deeper we go into the wasteland, the less water and fodder there are. We can't leave them to compete with the horses for resources. After Dany's reorganization of the Khala, the allocation of manpower became more rational and their efficiency increased. The mutton was made into jerky. The outer layer of the sheepskin was not even processed. The centaurs dried it in the shade and sewed it into a cloak. The wasteland was too hot. Wearing a cloak could avoid the sun during the day and reduce the evaporation of the body's water content. At night, it could also be worn to keep one warm. Yes, the Dothraki were nomads. However, even nomads could not guarantee that all of them had fur coats and cloaks. Dany's original 100 or so Kars did not lack clothes. However, she now had about 200 more people. 80% of them were the old and weak who had been abandoned. Most of them did not even have a Dothraki vest to change into. Dany also had her own cloak. When Dany Rise first came to the Dothraki Sea with Drogo, he had specially hunted a white lion for her. It was a lion taller than her little silver horse. The terrifying lion's head formed a hood that covered her head. The lion's skin became a natural cloak that hung from her shoulders to her back. On the evening of the 3rd day, the Khala started moving again. This time, they walked through the night and did not stop until the sun rose from the horizon the next day. In 10 hours, they had walked about 150 kilometers. At this time, Dany was in trouble. More than 10 scouts had searched the surrounding 5 kilometers but still could not find a clean water source. Along the riverbed that was as dry as bones, they could occasionally see dry and stagnant pools that were exposed to the scorching sun. However, these were pools of death that even animals would not drink. They were filled with all kinds of germs, mud, and rotting animal corpses. There was even a strong smell of sulfur. Danny was more and more curious about this world. This place was surrounded by mountains to the east and west, grasslands to the north and the sea to the south. However, it was actually the Gobi Desert. Forget about the Gobi Desert. Where did the sulfur come from? This was also not a hot spring. Thinking of the hot spring, a thought suddenly flashed through Danny's mind. She asked Sir Yora, I heard that ancient Valeglia was built on 14 volcanoes. Was the continent near the summer sea a hellish scene like this before? What do you mean? Yora was puzzled. Could there be volcanoes hidden under the red wasteland where we are now? That's why the rivers are evaporated and there's a smell of sulfur in the pool. She guessed. What Danny wanted to say was that ancient Valeglia and the red wasteland were both strange geographical environments with thin crust. The surface was too close to the underground magma layer. Because there are demons here, that's why there's a smell of sulfur, the maid Doria interrupted. Although she was hiding in the tent, she was still so hot that her face was flushed red like a steamed prawn. Sweat flowed down her neck in small streams. Her exquisite figure was fully revealed under the thin silk clothes. You saw a demon? Danny snorted. I think I'm possessed by a demon. I feel terrible all over. She rubbed her chest with difficulty and panted. It's gnawing on my heart. It won't be long before it devours my soul. The Reese girl's eyes were filled with fear. She spoke so confidently that Danny almost believed her. You're suffering from heatstroke, she said. What's heatstroke? Eerie asked while fanning herself. Danny was not afraid of the heat. The maids were fanning herself and did not need to serve her. Princess, you're talking about heat, right? Yora struggled to take off his vest, revealing the rich black hair on his chest that was like a bear. Something like that. As she spoke, Danny passed her mare milk pouch to Doria. Don't drink water. The minerals in your body are, forget it. Drink my mare milk. But this is your quota. Doria looked absent-minded. Just as she reached out to touch the leather pouch, she retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She shook her head and said, I can still hold on. I can drink water. Danny did not persuade her and directly stuffed the leather pouch into her hands. Because of the lack of materials and the uncertain future, Danny had formulated a rationing system long before they set off. Water could be drunk as much as they wanted because they had been following the river and could always find water. Horse meat could also be eaten as much as they wanted. The dried meat that could be used as a knife to cut wood, even if it was supplied freely, everyone could not eat much. The main things were mare milk, salt, wine, and fruits. They needed to be rationed in limited quantities. Looking at this situation, even water, no. There must be enough water. Otherwise, even if they could walk out of the wilderness, more than half of them would die. Thinking of this, she could not sit still and said to the maids, I'll set up camp separately for men and women. Everyone can be naked in their own tent. You can take off your clothes later. The tent is like a furnace. It's useless to take off your clothes. Previously on the grassland, 2 layers of sheepskin mattresses on the ground would wake you up in the night from the cold. Now stepping on the ground is burning your feet. Ellie sighed. Danny teased, you can shovel away the top layer of sand. Speaking of this, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration and laughed. Why did I only think of such a simple method now? What method? Chola asked curiously. Danny waved her hand. Let's go out and see. The tent curtain opened, and Danny's intuition blurred. The sun almost put his face in front of her, and the white light cast by the pillar of light made people enter a world of white light in an instant. Lowering her head and rubbing her eyes, Danny finally regained her vision. She had the illusion that she was really in purgatory. The dazzling white light reflected on the flat red sand and stone ground, almost reflecting the same intensity of red light. It was like the red light of a flame. A large area of dense red light formed a red sea of fire. People walking on this wasteland seemed to be walking in purgatory. God, there was also the smell of sulfur lingering at the tip of the nose. This, sure enough, there was only a wrong name, and no wrong nickname. This was the Red Purgatory. Hurriedly putting on the white lion hood, Dani looked around her camp. The tents of each family were quiet, like dozens of tombs piled up on the ground. She walked to the nearest one, ready to remind everyone to separate the men and women so that they could take off their clothes to avoid the heat. But just as she walked to the entrance of the big tent made of cowhide, sheepskin, and horse skin patches, she heard a stifled gasp. The kind where men and women mixed together. Dani's mouth opened wide, her face full of disbelief. Until she quietly took a step forward and opened the corner of the curtain. Seems like I thought too much. Why would the centaurs care about the difference between men and women? Moreover, they were not Doria. They seemed to be very adaptable and very sturdy. Quietly taking a few steps back, Dani did not disturb the passionate centaurs. Stepping on the hot sand and stone ground, she walked to the edge of the riverbed. 40 to 50 unsaddled healthy horses with their ears drooped under the scorching sun, scattered around the open area. They were chewing hard on the tough yellow-brown devil's grass that grew from the bottom of the rocks and withered trees. "Calixi, you are here." A small old man popped out from nowhere and suddenly appeared in front of Dani. "Afanti, can the horses recover their stamina before the sky turns dark?" Dani asked a question that even she herself did not believe. This small old man who helped Kalasa herd the horses was the doyen of many dynasties, who had served the 12 Khals. Now, Dani was the 13th. Ugh, that was a little inauspicious. Afanti was short and skinny, his back was slightly hunched. His bald head of white hair was barely tied into a braid that was not even as long as his dick. His reddish-brown face was filled with dried wrinkles from the years, looking like a sun-dried orange. Only a pair of deformed eyes that no longer looked like almonds were still filled with the divine light that symbolized life. He opened his toothless mouth and smiled fawningly at Dani. It was a very ugly smile. "Calixi, if there is enough clean water and the devil's grass that is unique to this wasteland, they can at least last for half a month." Dani heaved a sigh of relief. If her team did not take any detours, they should be able to pass through this desert in half a month. "But, all the horses here are healthy," Afanti told Dani worriedly. "Other than hundreds of men riding healthy horses, most of them are old, skinny, weak, lame, weak and bad-tempered beasts. Even in the sea of grass, with rich fodder, they will not be able to last for long. Everyone knows that such horses should have been killed long ago for their meat. Our Kalasa from before used them as food." "I understand. There will be other arrangements when the time comes," Dani said calmly. Chapter 20. Dani understood that she was now the leader of the group. She must show confidence and strength. She must not be afraid or show weakness. Just like the doctor in charge must not show doubt and worry to the patient before entering the operating room. "Are the horses not willing to drink the water from the puddle?" Dani asked again. "Yes, they don't even want to go near there." Afanti showed fear and said with a trembling voice, "That is poisonous water. The water that animals can't drink is poisonous water that has been cursed by demons. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows." A voice came from behind Dani. It was Ah Go. Dani's Blood Oath guards came out with their arms bare and only their silk pants. Although Ma Min was ignorant, their survival wisdom was still worthy of recognition. "I will tell you a little trick to solve this problem." Soon, Dani was busy. She ordered her men to carry her big red copper basin out of the tent. It was a bathtub that was bigger than a modern family's bathtub. It was used by the 2-meter-tall Zhuge to bathe. It was a big guy that weighed more than 100 pounds. Then she dug a trench at the edge of the puddle and put the red copper basin in it. The basin was too high. It was not convenient to put water on the ground. Then she covered the basin with a sheepskin blanket. In the middle of the blanket, she dug a bowl-sized hole. The sheepskin prevented the water in the basin from evaporating under the high temperature. The next step was to build a 2-meter-tall triangular frame above the basin. The frame was divided into 4 layers. Each layer hung a cotton bag. From top to bottom, the first bag was filled with a thick layer of thick sand. The second bag was filled with fine sand. The third bag was half filled with cotton wool. The fourth bag was full of coke. Finally, because the weather was too hot, Danny arranged people to build a tent on top of the triangular frame. Now, go and get the water from the puddle. Pour it into the top wide mouth bag. Do it slowly. Don't spill it. After a while, the water droplets penetrated layer by layer. Drip, 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 drip. At first, it was only dripping. Gradually, the filling of the bag was soaked. At the bottom of the bag, the transparent water droplets almost formed a silver line and flowed into the basin. Goo was crawling at the bottom of the wooden frame. He cried out in surprise, "The water is so clean. It's even cleaner than the water we took from the Shepherd's River." This. Even the knowledgeable Sir Yora was shocked speechless. He had never seen such a simple and ingenious method of collecting water. Could it be that Her Royal Highness was really a hidden genius? He knew that this extremely intelligent idea of hers had only been inspired by the words of the maidservant. The Red Wasteland was not a big desert. There were many shallow mud pits with sewage. What it lacked was clean water. If this water filtration technology could really dispel the demon's curse, they might be able to bring most of the Khalasar across the wasteland. Thinking of this, Cora became even more excited. "Your Highness, we should melt the bathtub and make a big kettle." There were many shallow puddles and wet mud scattered in the wilderness, but a single puddle could not fill such a large bathtub, and the distance between the puddles was too far. It would be a pity to give them up, but it would be a waste of time and manpower to take them one by one. It would be better to choose dozens of elite cavalrymen, 3 to a group, 2 to each horse, and 1 to each group with a large water bottle and a number of empty water bags. They would spread out in all directions in the form of scouts. While exploring the terrain, they would also search for water in the wasteland. Danny sized up this middle-aged bald man who was as burly as a black bear. This was the first time she realized that he had such a sharp mind. "All right." She nodded in approval of his idea. "Kalixi, the water can't go down. What's going on?" Rakarov, who had been pouring water into the upper cloth bag, shouted in panic. Danny stepped forward and moved to the side of the wooden rack. She pulled open a corner of the cloth bag. "It stinks." In a moment of carelessness, she was actually forced to take 3 steps back from the smell. The originally bright red sand was now covered in a layer of black paste. The filtration system had already been paralyzed. "We have to change the sand and charcoal inside every once in a while. The amount of cotton wool is limited. If we run out, we can change it with weeds." Danny thought of the devil's grass that even the tough horses could not chew and added, "First, we can knead the grass into a ball and smash it into cotton wool. Or we can stuff it into the horse's mouth and let it chew for a while before digging it out. Can you dig it out, Effendi?" She looked at the little old man and asked. "Yes, the horse won't swallow the grass until it's crushed. It's just that." Effendi hesitated for a moment and said with a bitter face, "Docile mares are honest, but some fine horses have fierce tempers. They even dare to bite lions. You guys can do as you see fit." Even after the carbon absorption filtration, Danny still had people boil the water before distributing it. This time, she considered the problem of sweat removing minerals from the human body and added salt and dried figs to the water. Faint sweetness, faint saltiness, refreshing and delicious. Doria loved it to death. On the second evening, Danny's Khalasar only traveled 100 kilometers, half of the previous night's distance. They stopped around midnight. Other than the fact that they happened to encounter a slightly larger pool of dirty water here, Danny also hoped to conserve the horse's stamina. Everyone in her team had at least 1 horse, and they were moving at a speed of 15 kilometers per hour. This kind of exercise was not too much of a burden for both the horses and the people. The key was in the supplies. Even a healthy horse would not be able to endure such a high-intensity march without food and water. This time, Danny also made some adjustments to the location of the tents. In the middle of the night, while filtering the water, she ordered a group of strong warriors to use rocks and mud to make a wall. The curved short wall was not sturdy at all. But when the sun rose the next day, this wall blocked 70% of the direct sunlight. On the third day, when they left, Danny made some changes to the centaurs' hairstyles. Centaurs would only cut their braids when they failed. The longer the braids, the more respected they would be. So, even the old man Effendi who raised the horses would also braid his sparse bald hair. Although there was no such thing as the body, hair and skin were given to the parents, centaurs never cut their hair. The weather was so hot and they couldn't bathe. Not to mention the fact that it was easy to get sick from bacteria, that greasy hair. Even if the centaurs themselves were used to it, Danny who was beside them could not stand the smell. If not for her heat-resistant body, she would have cut off her silver blonde hair. So, she suggested that Ago get a bald head. The bald Cora did not need a haircut. He did not have many strands of hair to take care of. If I cut off my braids, everyone will look down on me. Ago shook his head like a rattledrum. Then I'll get everyone to shave their heads, Danny said. Everyone knows what braids mean to the Dothraki. After we leave the wastelands, what will the others think of us? Defeated cowards? Slaves from Slaver's Bay? Jogo was also resolutely against it. I heard that centaurs would rather be killed by their slave masters than have their hair shaved, unless they were Dothraki slaves who were raised from infancy. Long braids and the bells on the braids are a clearer symbol of the Dothraki than the Iraq scimitar, Cora persuaded. Danny hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, then let's have a moon-shaped hairstyle. Sigh. Her last sigh was filled with sorrow and helplessness. Other than herself, who else could understand? She seemed to want to revive my great Ching in this great world of innocence. Cora pushed the dagger with great difficulty between his fingers, as if he was shoveling feces in a toilet without a squatting hole. The blade stuck close to his scalp, scraping off a thick layer of black dirt. It was a strange mixture of hair oil, sweat, dandruff, dust and flea eggs, fermenting for months. Ago, who had his hair shaved off, was like a tortoise shedding its shell. That was really a layer of shell that had been hardened together. How do you feel? Carlo asked curiously. Feel? Ago showed a refreshed expression as if he had been completely released after being constipated for half a month. He muttered, I feel like I've taken off a sheepskin blanket that I've been warming for half a day on a hot summer day. I feel much more relaxed. It's not an illusion. The burden on your head has been reduced by at least 3 pounds this time, Danny ridiculed exaggeratedly. As expected, the braids have been preserved without any damage. Kue Luo pointed at the scalp at the back of Ago's head that still had hair, and exclaimed excitedly, look, it has no effect on the length of the braids. This moon gate hairstyle is simply amazing. It's a gift from Calixi on behalf of the horse god. It should be promoted throughout the Dothraki Sea. Calixi, can we shave our hair like this too? Centaur maid Jichi asked enviously. Danny almost choked on her own saliva. It's better if you cut your hair short. In the end, her Khalasar, regardless of gender, cut off more than half of their hair. The men, including the boys, all had moon gate hairstyles. The women had planned to follow suit until they saw Danny cut Doria's ear-length hair short. Danny herself didn't cut her hair. She didn't need it. Firstly, she was heat-resistant. Secondly, it was easy for her to clean her hair. She only needed to barbecue herself in the fire. Dandruff, oil, lice, and bacteria couldn't withstand the burning of 1000 degrees Celsius. Every time she bathed in the fire, her 3 young dragons would flap their wings and follow her, like dolls following their mother into the female bathhouse for a bath. And every time they saw Danny playing with the 3 dragons in the fire, her maids would show reverence as if they were facing a god. It was also because of the fiery bath with the dragon babies that Danny knew how to feed them.